Good morning, everyone. We're just going to wait for our live stream to pick up. We will get started momentarily.
Having trouble getting my video to work here.
Okay, Myrna. Someone will chat you and see if we can help you troubleshoot. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our live stream is picked up, so we'll go ahead. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's nominee to this board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years.
Good morning.
And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement. We have another board member who will hopefully be joining us shortly this morning, so I will introduce her now. That is Nadia Perez Reyes, who's the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. So just a couple of notes about how today's hearing will work. First, please keep in mind that we are being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to turn your cameras off and keep yourself muted until it's your turn to be heard by the board. That way we can focus on the person who is presenting and make sure that we have clear audio. If you do run into any IT issues, don't worry, someone from staff will reach out and try to help you troubleshoot that. If it means that we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to please give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up for any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have questions for you. As you know, your applications were quite involved and we've spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. If we do have questions though, we want to make sure that we get to them so the board can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been patient just to get to hearing day, so thank you for giving us that time to make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant this morning, which is Richard Govan. Mr. Govan?
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. I had I take full responsibility of my past actions. I made some bad decisions. I I made bad decisions when I was younger. I had a single parent and she worked 2 shifts, so no one was never really there. My sister left pretty early. And the people I acquired as friends were kind of not that good. I ended up catching a case for the robbery in 94, I believe. And I was sentenced. I completed my restitution programming. I went to college. I didn't have my um, completion of school prior to incarceration. So I went to acquired my GED, and from there I went to college and did the drug and alcohol program, values program, transition from there to the halfway house. I started working construction, and I worked construction until I had a really bad motorcycle accident in 2010, which I had spinal injury. I have 6 kids, 11 grandkids. I'm a good part of the community. I deal with the West Care, which my neighborhood, for the meetings, men's group, single fathers group. I've done the parenting classes, the anger management. And right now, I guess I'm seeking pardon because at first I was seeking it a couple years ago because I always went on field trips with my daughter. And then when they changed to a different county, I guess it's called something else. Chaperone is what it's called. And with that, they have to do a background check. And if you're a felon, you can't go. And now she's a junior now. So, and I have custody of her. And so kind of the field trips are over with now. But what I'm leaning for is I had a spinal injury, and I'm just every 3 months I get a injection in my spine so that I can be able to move. And it's getting close to the point where the injections aren't working like they used to. So they're contemplating doing full metal in my neck, which would change my quality of living. So I want to be able to, if I have to go into a home or something somewhere, I want to be able to get in there. You have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Govan. Judge Commerce.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, Mr. Govan, because your application is for a pardon for a burglary, not a robbery. And I'll talk about the robbery, but you had a burglary in May of 1993.
Correct. Yeah. I was
So-
actually with that. And you're absolutely right. I had reviewed these paper last night, and I don't understand why all of that wasn't included in there.
Well, because the robbery, if I understand correctly, the robbery was a federal conviction.
No. Yeah, the robbery was correct.
Yeah.
Correct. It initially started in the state.
Right. And they
Yeah.
dismissed it and it went federal.
Correct.
So you understand that this application is only for the state charge.
Correct.
Governor has no say on the federal one.
Right. I'm aware of that.
Okay, so
So going
Even
back
if-
to the burglary,
I'm sorry.
going back to the burglary.
Right. So even if the governor were to grant you a pardon on this, all of the prohibitions would still be in place because you have a federal felony charge. You understand that?
Correct.
Okay. And the burglary, can you tell me what happened in the burglary?
Yeah, what happened was I actually had took a friend of mine to see a girl. And when I took him there, I'm sitting in the car waiting on him, and I'm wondering what was taking him so long. And so I went to the address where he walked, the yard he walked in, and they didn't know what I was talking about. So I kind of walked around a little bit looking for him, but I heard an alarm going off. And then the police pulled up. And that's when he came, oh man, and I'm like, what's going on? I gave you a ride somewhere. I didn't come out here for this. And in the process of all that, I ended up getting intertwined with that. And all he had to do basically was to say that I wasn't involved. And it could have possibly went different, but he didn't.
So it's your position, you never went in the store
No,
because the complaint says you did.
no, I didn't. I was in the parking lot. I was standing in the parking lot.
Why did you plead guilty?
I mean, it's my first time being in real trouble with the law. I didn't aware of how that went. I believe I had a public defender, and I had asked him, is it worth fighting? And
Okay. And then in 2011, you had a disorderly conduct charge in Milwaukee County. Was that domestic violence related?
I can't recall. Could you tell me something about that real quick?
I don't know anything about it. That's why I'm asking you. All I know is you had a conviction in 2011 in Milwaukee County for disorderly conduct. You don't remember that?
No.
Okay.
Not saying that it didn't happen. Because I was reading some other stuff on these papers, and I didn't know I was provided with other case numbers where I could have went to records and got it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Reverend Hancock.
Yes, in 2018, there was a child abuse intentionally causing harm that was dismissed. What was that all about?
What that was about is my youngest daughter, whom I have custody of now. She lives with me. And what it was I had had the lady come out to do her hair, which she had a 45-minute window to get her hair done, and my daughter wasn't cooperating and being very disrespectful. So I open-handedly spanked her. That turned into something totally different. I went down, I ended up I never encountered the police there at that time. And then I had left the next day going to do something, and my landlord called me and said, was I aware of the police coming out to the apartment? And I said, no, I didn't see him, and I was at home. And so he said that, yeah, they came out there and the people downstairs let them up to your door. So at that time, I went to the police department to find out why they came to my house. And I sat there for about 2 hours, and then they came out saying, put your hands behind your back, you're being arrested. I'm saying, for what? And then later to find out it was for that. And I actually went to 7th District and I explained to them the same thing, what happened. And I sat there for a couple hours. They took me downtown. I sat for, I don't know how long. And then all of a sudden, they released me. And I said, what's going on? And he said, the case has been dismissed.
How old was your daughter?
How old is she now?
No, then in
14.
2018.
14.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Govan. That covers it from us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Albert Robbins. Mr. Robbins.
Hello,
Hello, Mr. Robbins.
how's everybody doing?
Good. You're a little quiet, Mr. Robbins. Could you possibly move closer?
Let me cut the volume up. Can you hear me now?
That's better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank everybody for doing this noble deed here. This has been a long time. I wanted to do it in the previous administration, but there wasn't even a board. But thank you for letting me share my story. In 2004, I was pulled over by the Milwaukee Police Department while headed home after work. The police smelled marijuana. They searched the vehicle and found marijuana. I was arrested and then charged with possession in 2005. I served 6 months in Hubert doing work release. I did 2 years of probation. I paid $500 in fines and court fees. At the time, in 2004, I was dealing with a close cousin of mine passing away, and I was self-medicating and not seeking the help that that I needed. Didn't even know that there was even help out there for these kind of things. But since then, I've done my best to prove myself to my community as much as I can. Prove myself uh, that I'm better than my felony record. I've been working in the community closely, volunteering for MPS, Head Start Policy Council. I'm a father of 3. At the time, my son was 3, and I stayed in the Policy Council for over 10 years. Learned a lot. It has been hard initially, of course, to get my feet moving as far as like work and employment at the time. But since then, I've worked for Rogers Memorial Hospital in the mental health unit. I've worked for the city of Milwaukee, the Milwaukee County Parks, Nurses Now, as a personal care worker. Options for Community Growth. I was a adult family home manager. I've been certified, just really trying to add more things to help my family be in a better position. I've got, again, my CDL. I've been certified in painting and drywall, just all over the place, green cleaning. I'm a community health worker. I'm truly a servant to my community the best way I can. I'm just really just trying to give back as much as I can. I'm a currently I work for the American Red Cross and community disaster program specialist. Just really, like I say, just I've done a whole lot in the community. I've done over 100 neighborhood cleanups. I volunteer at food pantries, hot meal programs, the Scott Christian Center. I used to work for Fathers Making Progress, a community mobilizer. I'm certified in co-parenting facilitation, trying to help parents come together after separation. I can keep going, but the reason why I would love you guys to grant me or recommend a pardon to the governor is I'm really trying to clear my record. I do have some other things that I would love to do, move forward in my career. I would like to move up and maybe possibly work for FEMA. I would love to go back to school and teach children. Uh, but currently the policies in place don't allow that. I've been offered the opportunity for the school to actually pay for my schooling, but the felony is definitely in the way of that. It's um, just rough. I mean, I've made the best of it, definitely, and I'm continuing, and I'm not gonna let anything stop me pursuing my goals. But at the end of the day, I don't make policies, and I gotta, of course, follow the rules and do what I can. So I would love to get into coaching and things like that. I've been, just all over the place, just trying to be a servant to my community. But I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Robbins, can you tell us about your work with Fathers Making Progress?
Yes. Well, I was a community mobilizer, but before that, I was volunteering for Fathers Making Progress. I was I'm one of the founding board members on Fathers Making Progress. That's how I started off. I got into the program actually after I got released in 2005. I was
Uh,
looking for
yeah,
work. But,
Mr. Robbins, that's great, but I would really like to hear about what kind of work that is. What did you do?
oh, okay. Well, it's all about strengthening fathers so we can strengthen families. But I basically ran a mobilizing team, and we went out and knocked on doors. We went out in the community and did community service. But basically, we got a hold of new fathers. We got a hold of fathers that needed some help, and we assisted them with resources. So,
Right. Okay,
yeah, I'm the go-to. I was the go-to for that. Yes.
thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. That covers it from us. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Y'all take care.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jarrell Frazier. Mr. Frazier.
Hello, I prepared something I'm gonna read. Um, Good morning, members of the Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Jariel Frazier, and I would like to thank you for taking the time to hear me out today. To begin, I would like to briefly discuss my offenses and the sentence I received. My convictions included burglary, attempted burglary, possession of narcotics in Milwaukee, and burglary in Waukesha County. I was sentenced by Judge Jeffrey Conan to 3 years of probation along with a 5-year state prison sentence. The other courts involved chose to follow Judge Conan's lead and run my cases together. During sentencing, Judge Conan told me that he saw a good and intelligent young man who had made poor decisions. He wanted to give me the opportunity to see my first child be born and to prove that I could become a productive member of society. At that time, he made it very clear that if I made another mistake, there would be serious consequences. Today, I would like to thank Judge Jeffrey Conan for believing in me when I had not yet fully learned how to believe in myself. I successfully completed my sentence without any violations or setbacks. During that time, I earned my GED and completed over 100 hours of community service with WestCare Wisconsin, an organization that became like family to me and one that I remain connected to today. Since completing my sentence, I've dedicated my life to service, education, and community involvement. I earned my Bachelor of Social Work degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, graduating with a 3.4 GPA. And I am currently pursuing my Master's of Public Administration degree at UWM, and I currently maintain a 3.6 GPA. Professionally, I have spent my career serving young people and families. I began working in youth justice with Racine County, mentoring and supervising youth involved in the justice system. I later continued similar work in both Waukesha County and Milwaukee County. Today, I serve as an outreach coordinator with Milwaukee County Aging and Disability Resource Center, where I help connect older adults and individuals with disabilities to critical services and resources throughout our community. In addition to my public service career, I started a real estate business. I currently own 2 duplexes on Milwaukee's north side that provide affordable housing to 4 families. My goal is to continue growing that portfolio and contribute to addressing one of the most significant challenges facing our community, which is access to affordable housing. My greatest accomplishment, however, is my family. My partner and I are raising 2 wonderful boys, ages 9 and 3. We also have a black lab named Maggie, who keeps us busy all day. Becoming a father changed my life and gave me a purpose greater than myself. I would also like to mention I have also co-created a trauma-informed program called Create and Cope. The program combines mental health wellness practices with UX/UI design education to help participants build coping skills while developing career-focused technical skills. I would like to mention that we are piloting that program, and the first session will begin July 15th with the help of Empower, a marketing agency here in Milwaukee County. As for why I believe I should receive a pardon, I understand that the decision ultimately rests with this board and Governor Evers. My role today is to simply present the person I have become and allow my actions to speak for themselves. But for most of my adult life, I've dedicated myself to helping young people avoid the same mistakes that I made. Every day through my work, my volunteer efforts, and my role as a father, I strive to show others that poor decisions do not have to define the rest of a person's life. A pardon would not erase my past, nor would I want it to. But what a pardon would represent is recognition that rehabilitation is possible and that people can grow beyond the worst decisions they have made. Most importantly, I want my sons to see that hard work, accountability, and perseverance matter. I want them to know that when you make mistakes, you take responsibility, you learn from them, and you spend your life working to make things right. I believe I have done that. Through education, public service, community involvement, entrepreneurship, and family, I've worked every day to prove that I am not the young man who committed those offenses many years ago. There is also a part of me that still remembers the dream I had as a child. Before my mistakes derailed my path, I dreamed of becoming a firefighter. While those opportunities may or may not still be available to me, a pardon will allow me to continue pursuing opportunities to serve my community without the barriers created by my past. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and the opportunity to share my story today. I appreciate your service and respectfully ask for your support of my pardon application.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Frazier, the Milwaukee County District Attorney who reviewed your application and one of your victims support your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
And I'm gonna tear up right now. I'm super grateful, right? Like this has been a long battle. It's been a lot. And it's been something I took full responsibility immediately after it happened. And I kind of look forward to this day immediately when I was placed on probation. So to see, that people to see that people are truly watching and seeing that I've made the changes that I want to turn my life around and put this behind me, that means a lot to me.
Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, Judge Kremers.
Yeah, my records say the DA opposed it.
I have that as well. Samuel, could you
The
provide?
victim, there is a victim that supports it, Mr.
Yeah.
Frazier, but the district attorney has opposed it. But I have a question. In 2015, you were arrested for robbery, and you've given us an explanation about that. It had to do with the person, then girlfriend, and a struggle in a car and all that. You've explained that one. But it also looks like there's a 2014 arrest for armed robbery. What was that about?
2014 arrest for armed robbery.
It says the disposition's unknown. There were 2 counts of resisting or obstructing an officer and a retail theft. Does any of that sound familiar?
Sir, to be honest with you, it could have been during that time in my life. There was a lot of stuff going on. I would say I don't want to put, the blame on the crowd or anything like that because I was involved. I don't remember that specific time, I would have to say. But like I said, if it's there, I take responsibility for it. I'm 30 years old today. I made these mistakes, about 12, 13 years ago. And I own up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Bro.
Mr. Frazier, I have the district attorney as opposing your application as well, but I want to ask you a question about something that they note. So I see that you had a arrest for a domestic abuse incident in 2014, but that's dismissed. You're not convicted of that or prosecuted for it. But it seems like the DA believes that there was a 2020 incident involving domestic violence. Could you share anything about that?
2020 incident regarding domestic violence. No, that's not correct, ma'am. I don't believe that's me.
Did you have any police contact at all in 2020?
No, and I've actually been with the mother of my child since 2016. So our first child was born in 2017. Our second one was born, he'll be 4 this year. He was born in 2022. So no, we've never had any police contact. We've never had anything like that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning and I appreciate your time.
Wow.
Next up, we have Francis Burbach. Mr. Burbach. Mr. Burbach, I can see you in the Zoom, but we can't hear or see you yet.
Now you got me.
We can hear you. And there's your camera. Perfect.
Okay, good morning. My offense was I was transporting a pound of marijuana that I had received through the mail from a friend of mine, and it was intercepted at the post office, and they tracked it to my house. And when I left my house with it, they arrested me and took me to jail for 5 days. And it's a nonviolent crime. And then from there on, I've served my sentence 5 days in jail, I guess it was, and 2 years probation for that, supervised 6 months supervised probation. All went well with that. And now today, as you see in my letters of recommendation there, I have a very good one from my employer who I'm working for the last, up until today, I still work for him today. In many ways, I need a pardon to get onto military bases and to haul hazardous materials down the road. And my conviction with a felony charge doesn't allow me to do that. I'd also like to get a passport to go into Canada. As you know, that's changed. You can't go cross borders no more with a felony conviction. And other things, I've been married since '07. I own property up in Clark County, have a house there. And that's about it. If you have any questions, it's really a pretty clean case, I'm thinking, unless you guys have any questions for me. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Burbach. Board members, questions? I have one for you, Mr. Burbach, while other folks are maybe thinking here. You don't tell us much in your application about what you've done since this conviction. And I know that you were 50 at the time, so you're not as young as many of the applicants I see at the time of your crime. But that is 20 years ago. And I'm just wondering if there's any community service or any other work you've done to give back that you could tell us about.
No, I've just been a full-time employee with Greenleaf Transportation for the last 26 years. That's taken up pretty much all my time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burbach. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Burbach. That covers it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you very much. You all have a good day too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dory Dvorak. Ms. Dvorak?
Hello, just working on my camera.
Sounds good.
Okay, hello. My name is Dory Dvorak. I am here today asking for pardon for felony marijuana charges. I'd like to thank the pardoning board for reviewing and considering my application. And I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. In 2007, I was caught selling and smoking marijuana with my adolescent siblings. Consequently, I was charged with felony possession with intent to sell of THC. I was sentenced to 90 days in Huber jail and 3 years probation to follow. I completed all the terms of my sentencing without infraction. At that time, I was already a cosmetologist and was very fortunate to have an understanding boss who believed in me and encouraged me to find a path that I could be proud of. From the day of my arrest and forward, I decided I wanted my influence to be positive for those around me. I have built a beautiful and fulfilling life, and throughout the years, I have faced struggles as most of us do. In those times, I have found guidance through counseling, Al-Anon, and my faith. My community here in Green Bay has become a source of pride. I feel that when I give back through community service work, I'm able to contribute positively And programs like the YMCA, Red Cross, and Salvation Army do make a real impact here in my community, and I'm very happy to be part of that. Today, I am asking to be considered for a pardon for many reasons. As my 4-year-old approaches school, I know my felony, excuse me, can keep me from fully supporting her in her future endeavors. I also have contemplated a career change to afford me more workplace benefits and time with my daughter. But lastly, I'm asking for this pardon for myself and for the closure of that chapter in my life. Again, I'd like to thank you for hearing me out and taking the time to consider my pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Voracek. We'll open up to questions from the board, and I'll just note that the board member that I introduced in the beginning, Nadia Perez-Reyes, has joined us by phone. So you won't see her, but she may jump in with questions.
Okay.
Does anyone have questions? Reverend Hancock.
Your younger brother and sister were part of this. They were arrested or taken in custody at school because they had the marijuana that you had given them or sold them. But how are they doing these days?
I have no contact with my younger brother, and then my younger sister is doing very well, living a good life. She as well as active in our community here in Green Bay.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, Myrna.
So since you shared drugs with younger people, have you done any prevention efforts in your community against drugs and alcohol?
Not in particular. I have been a member of Al-Anon and used a lot of those principles to guide me of, we'll say, my actions and my behaviors, but nothing specific to prevention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Voracek. I think that covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank all of you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Schulist. Mr. Schulist.
Okay, I think I'm on. Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Schulist, but I think you need to turn your camera around. We're seeing your car.
I'm not the best at technology, so let me see what I can. I guess this is a little wonky on my phone here. Okay.
There we go. And Mr. Schulist,
I can see myself now.
Perfect. Before you dive in, can you just confirm for us that you're pulled over and not actively driving right now?
Yeah, I'm in the parking lot of my work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm not driving. Yeah, I'm parked. Yep, no problem. First of all, thank you guys for meeting today. I do appreciate your time. I know this can be a pretty long process. So I was convicted in 1999 on selling marijuana on more than one occasion. I was 19 years old. I was probably selling marijuana since I was about 15. So I ended up going through the courts and going through their sentencing and probation periods and everything. Throughout that time, I honestly really didn't smoke marijuana. I didn't really like it that much, but I was into other drugs. I did a lot of drinking throughout my time, even on probation. I got a couple OWIs while on probation. So I was really living just my really early 20s, late teens. Just, I was pretty reckless. And it was probably, after all this stuff was done and all of my charges were, kind of whatever I had to do through the courts to satisfy. I was about 20 or 2007 when I stopped. I finally stopped drinking. I finally stopped drugs. I started going to church. Since I really in order and turned around. I ran it for about 18 years. Currently work for a guy in the same industry, the painting field, for the past 7 years. The only thing that happened, I must say, back in 2008, I believe, she had one of her children. Spanking was a form, of discipline with us, and I spanked him and left a bruise on his butt. So I did get some charges that were put against me in 2008 that they ended up lowering the charges, but I still pled guilty to that. And the main reason was because I was technically not the son's father. I was the fiance. So, but to be honest, since all this stuff, ever since for the past 15 years, I've really been active in coaching basketball for my kids, for teams. I've been heavily involved in a program for youth. I have been heavily involved in youth programs through our church, for anywhere from preschool all the way up to high school ages. So I've been pretty active in the community. I'm pretty I don't know, I just have a calling to help with the community.
Mr. Shoeless, I'm sorry, your audio is breaking up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that sounds better.
Sorry,
Just repeat
okay.
that last sentence if you could.
So yeah, ever since I really, I got my life changed around and quit all the drinking and drugs. I've been married for 16 years, 6 children total. I've been heavily involved in youth programs through church or through athletics. I just believe that my life has just been completely turned around from where I once was. And I'm seeking a pardon because I think that I believe in second chances. I speak with many people that want second chances and deserve them in the ministries that I'm a part of. And, there are some side things. One, it's just, seeing how I've got, it's just the proof of how I've gotten turned around. But also, there's times where there are people in the professional field that look at a felony, it was from 1999 as being a mark against you. I just think that hopefully I've done enough in my life to show that I've corrected the failures that, I had when I was young. And I'd hate to have something like that continue to be a possible hindrance as I live my life.
Thank you, Mr. Shoeless. We'll just see if the board has any questions for you. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
What is your relationship now with the child that was involved in that spanking incident?
He's our oldest son. He actually has a form of autism, which we didn't really quite understand back when this stuff was going on. So he still lives with us. He's 27 years old. He's probably somebody that's not going to be able to live on his own, but he can function on his own. He can get a job and stuff. But yeah, I mean, he's been living with us the whole time. His father never pursued any type of actions against me for this. His father's actually been in Mississippi since all this has happened. He's never much of a part of their lives. That's my relationship with the father and the son.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Shoeless, I saw that you did take some parenting classes. I'm guessing that was court ordered. Have you done any other programming or self-education to help you navigate that parenting situation in different ways?
Yeah, the going through the parenting stuff was actually not court ordered. That's stuff that I had all done of my own accord before we actually got through the process. And I was on probation, for that as well.
just I think like the rehabilitation stuff, like for the drinking offenses that I've had and the drug offenses, that was court ordered that I had followed through on. So I really haven't. I take responsibility for my actions. I do feel like it was more of an unknown. Like I really didn't realize like I don't feel like I was being malicious in my action, and I was just a young guy who just thought maybe I grew up getting spanked. I thought maybe it was just a corrective way to go. And I just had to, go through some classes and kind of like really, um, just kind of look at myself in the mirror to figure out what was really the right thing that I should be doing. So, it's, that's kind of, yeah, I guess I didn't take anything extensive beyond that.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one.
Yeah, Myrna.
So have you done anything to bring awareness to autistic children so that prevents other people from doing what you did?
I don't know. I haven't actually done anything like that. I've just been involved in like special education programs that my son's been in. I've helped out with their classes. I've helped out with their field trips. Like, he still has like respite care where I hang out with the kids that are part of that group and stuff and watch, and so no, the answer to that would be no. I've never done anything of that nature, but I am involved, in the community for special education.
Thank you.
Yep.
Reverend Hancock.
Yeah, one more thing. The district attorney who reviewed your pardon application supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Well, I think it helps me to know that my life has been on the right track. And again, when the charges happened, I'll admit I was not a changed person for years after. It took until about 2006 for me to start getting my life turned around. But no, I really appreciate, his words, and I think it helps me to feel confident that I've been going, moving my life in the right direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schultz. That covers it from us. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up, we have Jeremy Allen. Mr. Allen.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you guys for this opportunity. I prepared a little something to make this go a little smoother for myself. Go through my cases: forgery, uttering, theft of 2 paychecks that I also cashed, misdemeanor battery, and party to a crime having to do with a friend striking a gentleman in the back of the head with a bottle while I was present. Retail theft of a hat and misdemeanor battery to a security guard. For these cases, I'm sincerely asking for forgiveness in Rock and Jefferson counties, which occurred 29 years ago. All the reference cases in which I am requesting a pardon happened within a short span of a month and a half. I acknowledge that I made poor choices. I've taken full responsibility for my actions. I was completely unaware at the time how profoundly my actions could impact my future. I was in a difficult and vulnerable place in my life, and I was an impressionable teenager who believed I knew everything and was always right. Despite the efforts of my parents, aunts, uncles, and grandparents, I did not listen. During that period, I was using alcohol and marijuana with friends, which I do believe led me to the disregard of the law. I cared little for rules. I simply wanted to live freely, exhausted by being constantly told what to do. At a young age, my mother had a stroke when I was 9, leaving her paralyzed on her entire right side. Growing up into a young adult, I felt overwhelmed and took on responsibilities that most kids didn't have to handle. I grew up always helping my mother with her day-to-day needs because she was paralyzed. I struggled through elementary and middle school, and it was the start of my senior year that I met Gary and Terry. I quit school just 2 months before graduation. I made poor choices, chasing a fleeting sense of freedom for these 2 men, believing it was the right path at the time, not finishing school, jumping from job to job, and doing what I wanted. I was mistaken. These crimes I committed 29 years ago have weighed heavily on me throughout my life. but they also served as a profound lesson the moment I entered incarceration. I was a young and influenced by a few older individuals that had everything but my best interests at heart. Since my conviction, I've served 1 year at the Huber dorms, working the entire time without incident. I married my high school sweetheart in July of 2000, completed my 5 years of probation without any problems. After serving time in jail and rehabilitating myself, I realized what it truly means to be or hang out with the wrong crowd. I'm still very disappointed in my past actions, but I must say that those experiences have helped me shape me into the man, the loving husband, father, and grandfather I am today. I have helped my family and friends stay on the right path several times as life has gone on, using my past experiences as examples as how you can truly mess up your life within a very short period of time, guiding them towards better choices during their challenging times. I have kept myself busy doing good things and striving to be the best that I can. Since finishing my time in the correctional system, I dedicated myself to rebuilding my life, creating a stable family, working in and around the community, and guiding others to recognize that family, friends, and school elders often know what is truly best or deserve more respect for a future direction than I previously gave. After serving time, I completed the 5 years of probation, paid all restitution, attended anger management and drug and alcohol assessment classes. I earned my GED, and to this day, I've had no police encounters besides helping the occasional person with a flat tire on the roadside. I have maintained consistent, stable employment, always striving to improve myself and reach the highest potential. In recent years, I've worked diligently to earn leadership roles and help my colleagues however I can. Since my last meeting with the Pardon Board, I've advanced from business agent to the district manager in the Madison area. This is one of just 4 positions in the state for the operating engineers. Every day I get the opportunity to work with young men and women who are just graduating from high school and looking to start their careers. I assist them in securing sponsorship from a contractor, mentor them through that 4-year apprenticeship, and keep them moving in the right direction by offering any help that I can provide. I volunteer and donate to several communities and organizations that are dear to me. I'll list a few. Take a Kid Fishing Day. This is held on 2 Saturdays in June each year, one in Beloit and the other in Madison. It's dedicated to over 200 kids. One happened last Sunday, and this Saturday is another one. Take a vet fishing. I donate my boat and fishing gear for a day to a service member. Hogs for Heroes. There's a poker run and a golf outing that's coming up in the next couple weeks as well. Last year, we raised over $100,000 to help wounded veterans get the wind therapy they need and heal to make them feel comfortable in society again. We give to firefighters and the Police Officers Association, Rock County Coalition, Cancer Coalition, PALS, Partners in Adult Learning, and Clearbrook for adults with disabilities. Cousin Kyle, who is enrolled in that. The Avoca Fire and EMS Department. Yes.
I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to questions. So could I ask you to just briefly transition to why you're seeking a pardon?
All right. Yes, ma'am. The main reason I seek a pardon for my crimes is to lift a lifetime of guilt, embarrassment, and shame for myself. I respectfully request the support in granting this pardon so I can keep contributing to society and setting a good example. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Judge Kremers.
I have a question about, good morning, sir. I have a question about your battery conviction in 1997. What was your involvement in the beating of that victim?
All right. We rolled up in a car. There was 3 of us, Terry and Gary and myself. Mr. Soto approached the car. He was speaking Spanish. Gary started throwing vulgarities at him. Gary got out of the car. He instructed me to get out of the car. I did so. He then struck him in the back of the head. At that time, turned around. There was a garage door opened up behind us. Several men started running at us. At that time, Terry had jumped in the driver's seat, started taking off. I dove in one window. Gary dove in the others. I was there. I take full responsibility for being there. The next morning, police officers came to my house, and I went willingly.
So if I understood what you just said, you never hit the victim?
No, sir.
You know that's not what the criminal complaint says.
The criminal complaint says there was a beat down. It does not state that the retail theft, it states that I swung at the guard, but
I'm
not,
not talking about that one. I'm talking about the battery. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Reverend Hancock.
The judge in Jefferson County who reviewed your application supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
makes me feel really good. Jefferson County is an amazing facility. I transferred from Rock to Jefferson over Hubert. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I was pleased when I got that back myself.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Allen. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joel Dunsing. Mr. Dunsing. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, you're still muted. And I'm sorry, I can't.
No, I'm recused.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dunsing, Reverend Hancock will be recused from your application, so he won't participate in questioning. That is why. But the rest of us are ready to hear from you.
Okay. Thanks for having me. So my offense was eluding an officer. And so to start it out, at that point, my driver's license had already been revoked for 5 years for habitual traffic offender. I probably had 20 or 30 tickets to that point. Some of them, reckless and everything like that. So I shouldn't have even been on the road when this happened. It was an unusually warm day in January, and a group of guys that I would ride with, we had planned to ride. And so we were riding around just kind of all over. And then we had turned onto Regent Street. And there was a bunch of cars. And this was like in the early afternoon, though. In the parking, you could park in the right lane. And then only the left lane was available for driving. And so there was a line of cars in the left lane. I don't know, maybe like 8 or 10 cars long. I don't remember. And then we're approaching this line of cars, and the light is still red at this point. But just as we're getting up to the back of the line of cars, the light goes green. And I zip in between the parked cars and then the line of cars in the left lane. And I race up ahead of them. And then I cut back over into the left lane. And at that point, I noticed that there was a cop in that line of traffic that I had sped past. And then that cop attempted to pull me over. But I sped away. Yeah, it was entirely unnecessary, and it was reckless. It's like I put everyone at risk, the cop, any other traffic and pedestrians, the businesses and homes and whatever, myself. Yeah, completely unnecessary. There was no reason for it, and I'm fortunate that nobody got hurt. As far as my sentence, I accepted a plea. I was lucky enough to get just probation. I got 30 months probation. I paid my fines. The probation officer that I had was an amazing person. Probably one of the top 5 most influential people in my life. She was awesome. And then I would say the conviction, and then that probation, and then my daughter being born, it set me on the right path. I made it through probation without any trouble. I was released at the halfway point of my probation. Yeah, and then, I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I just sort of reckless and careless. It was not until probably a couple months. My daughter was born in 2005, and it wasn't until a couple months after she was born that I even felt I had this sort of invincibility or something. I didn't feel like I could die. And shortly after she was born, I had someone to live for, and someone that I was responsible for, and changed everything. Since then, I've worked. I've done a lot of volunteer work. I've stayed out of trouble. I've gained a lot of skills. And I'm looking for this pardon because I've had difficulty finding employment from the conviction. Also, it'd be nice to sort of be free of the stigma of it. We're working on starting a nonprofit that has to do with the government and veterans right now, and so you know, when it comes to background checks and everything else like that, I think this will help out a lot. Maybe at some point I'd like to travel out of the country as well. And then I know it'd be important for my mom because I'm sure I let her down.
Thank you, Mr. Dutzing. Questions from the board? All right, I don't think we have any questions for you. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks a lot, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. First off, I would like to thank the board for taking time to review these applications and give me an opportunity to possibly get a pardon for this. I was actually convicted of battery to a police officer in 1980, convicted in 82. The crime took place in 81. I was ordered to serve 1 year of probation and also pay $250 in court costs, along with 30 days of work release in Rock County, all of which I did without incident. See, I've got to look at some of my other stuff here. I have since that time, which was 40 some years ago, I've been married to the same woman, my wife Corey, for 41 years. We have 2 children. My son Jake, who's 39, my daughter Abby is 36. We've lived in our same house for 35 years. I was a member of IBW Local 364 in Rockford, Illinois. I've been a member of that for 40 years. During my employment, it has required me to get background checks to enter nuclear facilities as well as oil refineries. I was able to pass all of those background checks and admitted to those things. I've also passed background checks for the TSA. I've been allowed to be on juries and actually served as a foreman on a jury. And I was fortunate enough to pass a background check to be able to tour the White House a couple of years ago, which was really neat. I volunteer at my local church. I'm considered the resident electrician, so if there are any electrical problems or any projects that need to be done, they tap me. I'm also a member of the leadership team there, as well as on the building and grounds maintenance crew, which of course is all volunteer work. In the past, as far as community service, well, our church, we do some community service. We do a food pantry every month. We do some cleanup work for the county, as well as we do some cleanup work at the local Boys and Girls Club, which I volunteer for all those things. As far as working in other things, working in the community, I've started and helped with establishing 2 chess clubs at different elementary schools in my local area. I volunteered to help a teacher for 2 to 3 mornings a week with students. That all came to a halt because of COVID. And let's see, my wife and I are fortunate enough to own a home in Cambridge, Wisconsin that we've owned since 2009. And I believe that as far as doing volunteer work, that's, I have God-given gifts as far as being able to work with my hands and do electrical work. And I think that those things should be shared whenever I'm able to do so. What happened was a very huge mistake that I made back when I was 20 years old. It was after a night of partying for my friend's birthday in Beloit, Wisconsin. We went outside to get into a fight. The police were called. The police were called. I was charged with the offenses that I was convicted of. My story is that I was grabbed from behind and I didn't know that it was an officer. The gentleman that they said I was fighting that's not exactly how it happened. He's a friend of mine, was the best man at my wedding, and somebody that I've known for over 50 years. We're still best friends to this day. The exact details don't matter. It's the fact that I actually did what they said I did. And the reason I would like to get a pardon, there's a few reasons. I'd like to get that stigma off my record. It's a black mark that I would really like to get removed. I plan on applying for expungement after this. I did apply for a pardon once before. I hired an attorney, and at that time, the administration wasn't granting any pardons. I don't believe that I'm the same person that I was, over 40 years ago. And I don't want that to define the rest of my life. I would like to be able to travel without any trouble. I think I'm not allowed to go to Canada. They use our database, and I'm not allowed to go to Canada on a fishing trip. And I would like to be able to travel with my kids and grandkids in the future without any possible issues. One other reason is that my father passed away, and he was always a gun guy. He hunted his whole life, and he actually has guns that are older than I am that he gave to me, but I'm not allowed to possess or own because of this conviction. I would like to be able to get those guns, possess those guns so that I can pass them down to my heirs, my son and my grandsons in the future. Some of them are. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to any questions.
That's okay.
Do you have questions for Mr. Wilson? Reverend Hancock.
The judge and district attorney who reviewed your application for a pardon support your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Well, first off, it makes me feel good that they can sense in me or see in me that I have changed my life. It also kind of, in a way, I would think kind of validates their opinion or my opinion that I should be granted a pardon. And the fact that they reviewed the case, took the time to review the case and approve it, really, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'll just say validates what I am trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. That covers it from us. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you.
And next up, we have Frederick Winkapaw. Mr. Winkapaw.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. I was patiently waiting there and I just switched my technology over.
Great. Well, we can hear you and see you. Please go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, I really do. Like everyone else, I appreciate this opportunity. It's been 35 years and I'm so just grateful for the chance to be able to speak with you in this matter. So for my offense summary was back in 1990, I was engaged in an altercation outside of a bar and grill restaurant in Wisconsin. And I was with my sister and we were out to eat, and my sister was of age. She's over 21, but I was only 20 years old. But at the time we could go to the restaurant up above the bar and grill and be able to eat dinner. She was a college student. I was just a young adult. Our parents had moved away. And in coming out of the restaurant, we were closing out the night and she was walking with me. I ended up having an altercation with three gentlemen and a female who had pulled up in a vehicle out in the parking lot. And words were exchanged back and forth. We had known each other from high school, and we had known each other just through the opportunity. One of the individuals that was in there was of my age, and then the other ones were younger than myself. They were my brother's age. Words were exchanged back and forth, and the one who was in the passenger seat had said something to me in regards to a situation where he had gotten himself in trouble, and he said that it didn't matter who I was or what the situation was, but that what was I going to do about it? And he spit at me out the window, and the spit landed on me, and that engaged in an altercation where when the vehicle was pulled over, I went over to the car and I pulled him out of the car, and the two of us engaged in a fist fight. And I had punched him a couple times, and the people who were around there had witnessed the whole opportunity and what had happened and how it had started, and no one engaged in what the fight was. But when I had punched him in the rage, what caused my major offense was that I didn't stop my mouth, and I continued to respond to him in threats of messing with me or messing with my family or anything that would ever happen again, and that if he was going to challenge me like that, I would be there if this went any further. So I did. I was guilty of threatening him, and I was the one who threw the first punch, who started a physical altercation. I was 20 years old, and I grew up with the brother that I speak of was 3 days from a year apart. And we grew up at a time where we were given boxing gloves when we were 12 years old, and we settled things outdoors, and boys were sent outside to just handle it. So when we were in disputes, that's kind of how we handled things back then, was we would go outside and duke it out and then shake hands and come back in, and it was over with. But my actions and my mouth led me to I thought I was in trouble for disorderly conduct. The police were never called. Everybody left the situation. My sister had left. I'd asked her to call the police if it was necessary. I wasn't arrested until the next morning. And the next morning they came in and arrested me and brought me downtown and had told me the severity of my charges and the things that had happened, and that the victim had showed up with his parents the next day at the police department to file a complaint against me. I thought I was just going to be charged or go to jail overnight, or something was going to happen for a disorderly conduct. And it was all of a sudden they told me that I was in charge with a felony and I could potentially go to prison. And this got real serious real fast. And so I pled not guilty to intimidating no contest to intimidating a witness. I got 90 days in jail, and I believe it was $20 in restitution. And I got a couple years probation. And I honored that whole system. And boy, I was just scared to death because I thought my whole life was over and I was going to prison. But so I felt that the freedom and the opportunity to be in Huber and to keep my job and all that was going to be very valuable. And it was. I ended up maintaining that employment for the next 12 years. And so I went to jail. I served my time. I paid my money. I did the probation. I stayed employed until I was 30 years old. And once I left the employment there, then I had the opportunity to go into construction. But while I was for the 11 years and all that, I got a chance to work my way into personnel and to leadership through a Texas barbecue restaurant in Eau Claire. When I transferred from there in 2000, I got the opportunity to come down to the Milwaukee area and work in construction, doing structural building repair. And it didn't take long for me to use my leadership skills to transition into being a director of operations for 14 years. And then I've been working as a superintendent and senior superintendent in the construction industry ever since. I've only had a couple of employers over the last 3 or 4 actually, it's in this 35-year opportunity. I think I've only been employed 3 or 4 different times. And every opportunity that I've had, I've been able to mold my character and who I have been to be able to work in the HR and work with people and opportunities and job placements and career development. And that's one of the ways that the system has been able to mold me from what my opportunity was and turn it into a career. So I currently work as a senior superintendent for Bear Construction, And with this opportunity for the community and the things that I have been able to do, it's allowed me to align my priorities where I can put faith and family and then work in that order. And so, in a chance to align my priorities in life and stuff, I've been able to be very blessed in other opportunities other than just my employment. And a couple of these opportunities within the community is I've gotten a chance to mentor youth and adults in the outdoors with fishing and bow hunting and morel mushroom hunting and camping and gardening and the things that Wisconsin's known for. I've been able to work at Revitalize Milwaukee as a house leader for 3 out of the last 5 years. That program is currently being suspended, but we got a chance to revitalize houses within the community, meet with the homeowners, set up groups, work with different trades for volunteer opportunities, and be able to really push the forward with the volunteering opportunities with that. I serve at our church, and so I'm in part of the men's ministry. I work with youth and young adults. We have a Tuesday night Bible study that I help lead with that as well. We volunteer in the kitchen. We built a new sanctuary. I'm part of the construction committee with that. We also had to organize volunteers. And so
Mr. Wickapa, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to any questions. So could you just briefly tell us why you're seeking a pardon before we open it up?
Absolutely. I thank you for shortening me up there. So yes, and so basically with my work stuff that right now we are working secondary education and I also need some work security clearance stuff. I haven't hit a lot of red flags right now, but I'm limited on being able to travel to Canada and some other areas through work and through my travel. And then I guess my other thing is similar to others is that in my journey and my testimony is that I would love to be able to represent forgiveness and what, doing the right thing and patience and change and opportunity and compromise and all the things that are part of this process over 35 years and that this can come with a happy ending and I can be able to show that, that people do change and their opportunities are there. And so with that, I'm just grateful for this opportunity to speak with you guys and to represent my opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
I was struck by something you said about how you felt it got real serious when you were charged. It seems to me it got real serious when the incident occurred. Let me ask you, you beat the victim because you said you were afraid he was going to testify or give evidence against your brother. Is that correct?
That is not correct. That I did not know that they were in a case together until the next day. I did not know that there was a charge against him. But yes, sir, that was correct. That there was an altercation between him and my brother. I was told that night. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
The police report says that you said something to the effect that if Sabin or Dan with pause name came up again, you're dead. You said that to the victim. If your brother's name comes up, you're dead. Did you say that?
Not in those exact terms, but I did threaten him. Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
I did. Yes,
And
I said if you mess with me or my family again.
you're dead.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And one of the girls who was a witness to your beating the victim was afraid to give evidence because she thought you might come after her. So this was not just a couple of young guys settling a fight outside. You'd made pretty serious threats against this man, right?
Yes, sir. And the incident started with the spitting in the face and me pulling him out of the car. I instigated the fight and I threw the first punch. I only threw when him and I came out of the car and we punched each other. We only punched each other until he hit the ground and then I stopped and I walked away. And there's another incident with another gentleman who's charged in this same situation. When I walked away and said those things to him, he was getting up off the ground. And one of the guys who came there with him continued the fight with the two of them as I walked away. And that intimidated everybody in the whole situation. Yes, sir. It was definitely got uncomfortable because one of them, so all of a sudden it was 3 against 1 with the girl there. And all of a sudden, after got it, as soon as I was done and got up and walked away and made those idle threats and said, if you mess with me or my family again, that you're dead. And I walked away. That's when the rest of the situation happened. And the other gentleman was charged with his situation. But I was the one who started this whole thing with the altercation in the car. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, what you call an idle threat, one of the witnesses took seriously enough that she refused to testify.
I understand. Yes, I understand that the ramifications after the fact. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Winkapaw, that covers it from us. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last applicant of the first morning session. We are going to take a short break in order to stay compliant with open meetings. We will pick back up at 10 o'clock with our next round of applicants. Board members, if I could have you back at 9:59 so we can start promptly, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we'll pick back up in just a second. My team, if there's anyone in the waiting room we need to let in, please go ahead and do that. Okay, if you're just joining us from the waiting room, we're just gonna give everyone a second to get in and get connected. We'll get started momentarily. All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members and go through just a little bit of housekeeping about how this morning's hearing will work before we get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's appointee to this board. Judge Kremers served on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran, has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. And on the phone, we have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. So just a couple of notes about how today's hearing will work. First, please keep in mind that this is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to turn your camera off and keep yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we get good audio quality. If you do have any tech issues, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out to you. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. 2, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. 3rd, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think Governor Evers should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up for any follow-up the board has for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have additional questions for you. As you know, your applications are quite thorough. We've spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. Sometimes everything's covered there. But if we do have follow-up questions, we want to make sure that we get to those so that we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any of those follow-up questions that we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, and Governor Evers will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to hearing day, so we thank you for bearing with us just a little bit longer so that we can make those thoughtful recommendations to the governor. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Tracy Jurgensen. Ms. Jurgensen? Oh, we can't hear you. We'll try prompting you to unmute and see if we can get you a little pop-up.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay, good morning. Do you want me to start my...
Yep, about 3 minutes on those questions. Thank you.
My name is Tracy Jurgensen and my crime is forgery and uttering. I am currently 63 years old. My parents divorced when I was 6, and that's when my mother became a gypsy and an evening bartender. We moved 17 times by the time I had gotten to the 7th grade. I was 13 years old when I got in the 7th grade, and we had moved 3 more times. And every time we moved, I had to change schools because back in those days, you walked to your closest school. I was struggling with school and I couldn't keep up. Every school was in a different book. So I started skipping school and running away. And I was put into the children's home and detention homes several times. In 1978, I was enrolled in a school called Juneau Academy in Milwaukee. It was a school to help me get my GED. It was only about 40 students. At this time, I was taking the city bus. It was cold one day, and the principal's son pulled over and asked if I wanted a ride, and I knew who he was because I had seen him dropping his mother off. This was a huge mistake. He and his friend recruited me to writing checks. And within a few months, I was arrested and sentenced to 1 year to Lincoln Hills Girls School. I got out in about 3 to 4 months for good behavior. Then in 1980, when I was 17 years old, me and my girlfriend, Barbara Weinert, went to a corner grocery store in Milwaukee. I used her identification and we tried to cash a check. The clerk must have realized we were young and called the police. I was arrested. In 1981, I was sentenced to 4 years probation and restitution. In 1982, I met my husband, Michael Barnes. In 1982, my mother was incarcerated. I had 2 younger brothers. One was 10 and one was a month old. I raised them from 1982 to November of 1984. 1983, I got my GED. In 1983, my husband started a small home repair business, Mike's Construction. We were very poor. We had a 67 Plymouth that we tied a ladder on, and our back seat was our toolbox, but we didn't even own a chisel. We were so poor, we couldn't afford to make a fresh pot of coffee. We would add grounds to the coffee we had already made. In 1985, we got married and I kept my maiden name. In 1986, we purchased our first house with our wedding money on a land contract. We had no credit. 1987, I paid off my restitution and was released from probation. In 1987, I started my own small repair business, TJ's Construction. We were a company of many hats. We worked VA and HUD foreclosures for 20 years. In 1989, we started purchasing fixer-uppers, and we purchased a total of 27. We currently have 9. We also worked for the Waterstone Bank for 10 years, MBTJ Management, LLC. We managed all their foreclosures, collecting all their rents and doing all their repairs and re-renting all their units. I've been a member of St. Paul's Lutheran Church for 26 years. I spent the last 45 years working with multiple agencies, landlords, and tenants. I have lived a life of honest and hard work. I'm asking you today to take this off my name and off my back. I've carried this around with much embarrassment. I'd also like my husband, Michael Barnes, to be able to bring home his hunting rifles. Some he inherited from his father and some from a brother-in-law. I take full responsibility for my crime. I was a delinquent juvenile with no stability. I thank you for letting me share my childhood story, and I thank you for this opportunity today.
Thank you, Ms. Jurgensen. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Jurgensen, your story about when you were 17 is pretty compelling. Your sister writes and confirms that you essentially, when you were 17, were given the responsibility of raising your 2 brothers. Did that happen while you were on probation?
Yes, I had just been sentenced in 81. I believe October of 1981, I was sentenced for probation and my mother was incarcerated in January of 82.
Okay. And how are your brothers doing these days?
They're doing very well. My youngest brother is now 44. And my other brother is 45. I'm sorry. One's 44, the other one's 50, must be 50. He was born in 71.
Right. And
So
they're
they're doing
doing,
very well. One's a crane operator and the other one has been working for a roofing company for 12 years.
well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Dickinson. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Clark Husky. Mr. Husky?
Hello, can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Hello, my name is Clark Husky. In 2000, I was convicted in Manitowoc County of manufacturing explosives. I served 45 days in jail, completed 2 years of probation, paid all fines and court-ordered obligations, and successfully completed my sentence in, I believe, 2002. During my jail sentence, I was granted work release privileges, which allowed me to continue working and supporting my kids. I was also permitted to pick up my children from school and spend time with them while on Uber. This helped me maintain my relationship with them and reinforce the importance of being a responsible father and role model. I take full responsibility for my actions and understand that what I did was wrong. Looking back, I was not making good decisions before that period of my life. The years between 2000 and 2011 were difficult years for me personally and financially, but those circumstances do not excuse my conduct. In 2011, I was cited for criminal damage to property. I paid the restitution and all associated fees in full. At that time, I was unemployed after a semi-truck accident had affected my ability to continue working in the trucking industry. I was struggling financially and living with my uncle. Regardless of the circumstances, I resolved the matter, paid everything that was required, and moved forward with my life. Since then, I had had no criminal issues and no further contact with law enforcement. I am asking for a pardon because I believe my life since my conviction demonstrates genuine rehabilitation and personal growth. More than 25 years have passed since my felony conviction, and more than 15 years have passed without any legal issues. During that time, I have maintained steady employment, earned the trust of my employers, trained new drivers, received a Safe Driver of 2025 award, supported my kids, wife, and myself, and remained a law-abiding citizen. The primary reason I am seeking a pardon is because of my health and future ability to work. I've been dealing with, I've had my cataracts done and advanced glaucoma in both eyes since my late 30s, which is considerably younger than when most people experience these conditions. Over the past 15 years, I have undergone multiple surgeries and extensive treatment to preserve my eyesight. While those treatments have helped, my vision continues to decline, and my doctors have advised me that I am eventually lose the ability to maintain the vision standard required for the CDL license that has supported my career for 29 years. I now live near Wills Eye Hospital in Philadelphia, one of the leading eye care institutes in the world, and I am receiving specialized treatment. However, I must realistically prepare for a future in which I may no longer be able to drive commercially or at all. A pardon would remove barriers that could prevent me from obtaining alternative employment when that day comes. As I get older and face increasing medical challenges, having the opportunity to pursue other lines of work would provide stability and allow me to continue supporting myself, my wife, and contributing to my community. I understand that a pardon is not something I am entitled to receive. I respectfully ask the board to consider not only my offense, but also the decades of responsible conduct, hard work, rehabilitation, and law-abiding behavior that have followed. I hope my record since has demonstrated that I may have earned a second chance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Questions from the board? All right. I don't think we have any questions for you, Mr. Husky. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You also. Bye.
Great. Next up, we have William Raver. Mr. Raver. Mr. Raver, we can see you, but we can't hear you. We can't. You look unmuted, so I'm not sure what's going on. Why don't you try either joining from a different device or maybe getting some headphones and see if that helps? And we can just move on to the next person and come back to you right after. We'll give you a little time to work on that. Okay. In the meantime, let's hear from Angela Lane, please. Miss Lane?
How about now?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay,
Are you able to turn on your video?
Yeah, I think yeah, okay.
There we go.
There we go. Here I am. Okay, my name is Angela Lane. I am requesting a pardon of my felony conviction from several years ago that I received, as I, took medication from the pharmacy in which I was running. I have gone through all of my legal things and all of that. I did not go back to pharmacy as a profession. It has just made it very difficult to get a job having a felony conviction in general. So that's my main concern as far as requesting a pardon on my record. So I did try to go back to pharmacy. It was not a pleasant time in the world of pharmacy, as it they cut back on time and that sort of thing. I did need to get special paperwork done on my behalf, which at the time was just not feasible for other pharmacies to complete that. So I have been doing lesser paying jobs. However, I am finding it difficult right now to do so because of my felony conviction. So I am a good Catholic person. I go to church, I pray, I've really taken what I did to heart and am embarrassed by it, and I know that I'm a better person than that. But I just really need to be able to support myself and my two sons, and by getting a decent paying job right now. And it's just becoming very difficult right now. I know you're not supposed to consider felonies when you hire people. However, I understand that that's just not feasible. So I am requesting a pardon, and I do not intend to go back to the pharmacy world at all. I just want to get a decent paying job that I can support myself and my children. So.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. We'll open up to questions from the board. Judge Grumers?
Good morning, Ms. Lane. Ms.
Yes,
Lane,
hi.
the application, while it doesn't require it, it strongly encourages letters of support, but you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell me why that is?
As far as I did originally submit letters of support back when I had probably 25 letters or so when I was originally convicted.
No, but for this application.
Oh, for this application, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't realize that I could do so. So I apologize. That would be
It's in the it's in the application process, and you're supposed to
Sure.
check a box whether you submitted letters or not. So
okay.
so no reason other than
No reason other than, no, I originally submitted them when I was originally convicted of the felony. And I didn't realize that I could do it in this instance as well.
okay. What did you do in this case? What was your crime?
It was obtaining prescription unlawfully.
And why did you do that?
Why did I do that? Because I had a large misjudgment in I don't know. It was so long ago that I don't know where my head was at that point in time, but I don't, it's
It was only 9 years. It was only
out
9
of
years.
character for me. So
What were you what are you getting the drugs for? Why were you doing this?
because I wanted to lose weight.
But you also took narcotic.
Correct.
Vicodin.
Yes, and that was from surgery.
Okay.
That was post-surgical.
Were you addicted to it?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Had any treatment for that? For the
Yes.
addiction?
Yes. I've been to Jackie Nitschke in Green Bay here too.
Because you didn't put any of that in your application. How long have you been sober from the use of any drugs?
Oh, wow. Since 2007? No, 2000. I've been off of drugs for, oh gosh. I want to say 2016 was when I lost my license. And I haven't had any medication since then.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Hancock.
Couple of things. The judge who actually sentenced you for the crime supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I am grateful. Grateful. Just
And then
grateful.
I have one other question. There's an allegation in the police report that you were offering to sell
No, I
some
was
of
not.
these drugs.
That was a lie from my sister-in-law, my ex-sister-in-law. That was a straight up lie. I never, ever, ever would have done that to any, no.
Okay.
And she knew that. She lied. They lied.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lie. There's no way.
Did this go on, you're stealing the drugs, for more than 2 years?
No. No.
How long?
Probably about 2 years maybe at the most, but nothing longer than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lane. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay, we are gonna try to go back to Mr. Raver right now. Mr. Raver, if you've got audio working, we'll happily hear from you. If you need some more time, we can push you a little further down the list. I don't hear you, I'm sorry. Okay. We'll give you a little more time to keep working on it, and we can have someone from staff reach out and try to troubleshoot with you. If you're joining by phone, plug-in headphones sometimes helps. But if we can't get you sort of this way, we could have you call in. So we'll get something figured out and staff will reach out to you. While we work on that, we'll go to Rodriguez Reed. Mr. Reed.
Do you see me?
We cannot see you. We can hear you though.
Sorry. Well, the video is active.
It
So,
does look like it's on. Do you have a physical slider in front of your camera?
that I don't know.
Or like tape over your camera?
No, ma'am. I don't know. But I did just get this laptop about a month ago, and I've never done Zoom on a
Yeah.
laptop, only on my phone, but I would rather do it on the computer.
Okay.
So,
Well, Mr. Reed, I'll tell you what, if you want to spend some time trying to troubleshoot, you're welcome, and we can come back to you. Otherwise, if you prefer to just proceed with audio only right now, we can do that.
sure. Thank you. First, I would like to thank the Pardons Board for granting me the opportunity to appear before you today. I understand that this is a rare privilege, and I am sincerely grateful for your time and consideration. I have prepared a statement that reflects the most important points I would like to convey. In 2001, while residing in Illinois, I was charged and later convicted of possession of a controlled substance. In 2002, after relocating to Wisconsin, I caught a charge and was convicted of possession of a controlled substance, as well as fleeing and eluding law enforcement officers in a vehicle. For the Illinois offense, I received county time and 24 months of probation. For the Wisconsin offense, I was sentenced to 2.5 years of incarceration, followed by 2.5 years of extended supervision. Altogether, during my juvenile and adult years, I spent approximately 5.5 years incarcerated. The poor decisions that led to my incarceration were inconsistent with the values installed in me during my upbringing. I was raised with strong roots in the church and was taught principles that I failed to live by during that period of my life. Although incarceration resulted from my own action, it ultimately became a turning point in my life. It provided me the time and perspective necessary to reflect on the path that I was on and the consequences of my decision. While prison exposed me to negative influences, it also introduced me to individuals, despite their mistakes, possess wisdom, insight. As a young and impressionable person eager to learn, I benefited from conversations and experiences that challenged me to think differently about my future. During my incarceration, I devoted a significant amount of time to reading. I studied books on history, identity, culture, and ancestral heritage, all of which helped me gain a deeper understanding of myself and my place in this world. One book that had a profound impact on me was Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl's central message that even in the face of unavoidable suffering, we retain the freedom to choose our attitude and response resonated deeply with me. He argues that rather than asking what we expect from life, we should act what life expects from us. That perspective fundamentally changed how I viewed responsibility, purpose, and personal growth. My worldview evolved significantly during my time in prison. I also participated in an optional cognitive intervention program while incarcerated. The program taught me how thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are interconnected. It provided practical tools to recognize negative thought patterns, challenge unhelpful beliefs, and develop healthier ways of responding to life challenges. The lessons I learned through the program have remained with me and continues to influence how I approach difficult situations today. Most importantly, I learned to value my freedom and the opportunities that come with it. After my release, I enrolled in a university in Wisconsin before transferring to a technical college where I earned 2 associate's degrees and currently pursuing a third. Over the years, I worked in a variety of occupations before attending trade school. Through dedication and perseverance, I built a successful career in skilled trades and eventually became a licensed electrician here in Wisconsin. In addition to my professional accomplishments, I have developed numerous other skills and achievements, many of which are outlined in my clemency application. Today, I fully acknowledge and accept responsibility for my past actions. I deeply regret the choices I made and the consequences those decisions had on others, my family, and my own life. The person standing before you today is not the same person who committed those offenses more than 2 decades ago. Through education, personal growth, and a sustained commitment to living responsibly, I have worked diligently to become a productive, law-abiding member of society. I respectfully appear before the board today to request clemency for my Wisconsin offenses and to ask for your consideration of the person I have become rather than solely the mistakes I made in my youth. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Reed, your description of your time in prison is pretty inspiring. Where did you do your time?
I was in Red Granite Correctional Institution, Kettle Moraine Correctional Institution, of course, Dodge, the intake, RCI, that's Racine Correctional Institution, and Boscoville Correctional Institution. So over those years, I was transferred to multiple institutions.
Okay. And where did you come across man's search for meaning?
When I was in Boscoville facility, we read mostly self-help books, and that was the one that resonated the most for me.
Was that part of a program?
That wasn't part of a program. That was my own selection.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed. That covers it from us. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that we are still troubleshooting with Mr. Raver. So in the meantime, John Bowens.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. Good morning. My name is John Bowens, and first and foremost, I want to thank the members of this committee for the opportunity to be heard and considered for a pardon. In 2010 and 2013, I was convicted of burglary of a building or dwelling. For the 2010 conviction, I was sentenced to 4 years of incarceration with an additional 7 years stayed. I ultimately served 12 months for the 2013 conviction. I was sentenced to 7 years and 3 years of probation and served 3 months. The offenses were committed during the same period of my life, although the 2013 conviction occurred years later because of delays in the investigation. When I was arrested and charged, I immediately cooperated with law enforcement because the process of changing my life had already begun. I wish I had an excuse or circumstance that could somehow justify the crimes I committed, but I do not. What I can offer is accountability. As a young man, I was selfish and reckless. I believed I was invincible and became addicted to the thrill of getting away with wrongdoing. I gave little thought to the fear, violation, and loss of security that my actions caused others to feel. Those choices were mine, and I take full responsibility for them. The person standing before you today is not the person who committed those crimes. Since my incarceration, I have been awarded legal custody and placement of my son. I have completed a 5-year apprenticeship and became a licensed journeyman plumber in the state of Wisconsin. I have volunteered at my son's middle school and high school, speaking to the students about the importance of skilled trades and the opportunities they provide. I have participated in therapy for years to maintain my mental and emotional health. I have also performed countless plumbing jobs for elderly members of my community, often accepting little or no compensation because helping others has become important to me. I believe in giving back because I once contributed to the harm of my community and now I want to contribute to its strength. During the 5th year of my apprenticeship, my company was awarded a project at the downtown jail, a place where I had once been incarcerated. I was initially assigned as the foreman on that project and felt immense pride in how far I had come. However, after a background check was completed, I was removed from that job site because of my criminal background. Shortly after, I was laid off because that project was the company's only work at the time. I remained unemployed for approximately 18 months. The experience was devastating and led me into a period of depression because I felt that no matter how much I changed, my past would always follow me. That struggle ultimately motivated me to start my own company, Monopolize Milwaukee Mechanical. Today, I employ a master plumber, 2 journeyman plumbers, and a pre-apprentice. I have worked hard to become a productive member of society. I have worked hard to ensure that my past does not define my future. I have worked hard to become someone that my family can be proud of. Now I'm asking for the opportunity to receive the state's forgiveness through a pardon. A pardon would allow my company to compete for projects and opportunities that are currently unavailable because of my criminal history. It would also demonstrate to my son and stepdaughter that people are not defined by their worst mistakes, but by the effort they make to correct them and the lives they build afterwards. Finally, a pardon will help me close this chapter of my life and continue moving forward as a citizen who has earned a second chance. Because this, because this hearing is public, I would like to conclude with a message to the victims of my crimes. I am deeply sorry for the fear, inconvenience, and loss of security that my actions caused. I am ashamed of the person I was then, and I sincerely hope that you have found peace and security in your lives. While my experiences within the justice system have played a significant role in my growth, if I could go back and prevent the harm I caused, I would do it without hesitation. You deserve the man I am today, not the young man I was then. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Bellens. Let's open up to questions from the board. Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like in 2017, were you convicted of retail theft?
Yes, I was. And that was actually more of like a misunderstanding. So I hired my first employee in 2017 and we were getting material, right? And so we check out with the material. He says he has to use the bathroom. I tell him to meet me at the van. As I'm walking out, security is like, "Can I see your receipt?" At this time, I'm kind of cocky. I'm in a rush. I'm like, "Man, I just spent $2,000 in here." "No, you can't." And I just proceed to my van and load things up. And then next thing you know, police show up and I get arrested for retail theft. Never saw that employee again. I wish I can go back and fire him, but I've never encountered him again.
All right. What about 2022? Is there another retail theft in 2022?
2022, actually don't remember that.
Okay.
I
What
remember
about
the 20.
okay, 2009 in Davidson County, Tennessee, an aggravated assault?
2009.
Yes.
Yes, that was I was down there visiting my brother. He was in college, and it was like some big bar fight, and it was just crazy. And I had protected my brother.
Okay. And then lastly, looks like according to the CCAP records, you still owe about $6,000 in restitution.
Um, I did not know that. I thought I paid my restitution for to get off probation.
Well, how much do you think you paid?
I thought I paid it all, to be honest with you. And it's actually quite crazy because $6,000 is very affordable. I could pay that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? That covers it from us, Mr. Bowens. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You guys have a blessed weekend.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Raver, I see that we have you by phone. Let's go ahead and try that way. We can't hear you, Mr. Raver. I'm sorry. Can you try pressing *6 on the phone?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, now it's working, I think. We're just getting an echo. You might need to mute the sound coming out of your computer to avoid that.
This one is muted.
Oh, boy.
It looks like your sound on the computer is muted, but do you have the volume turned all the way down? I think that's the issue. Try talking now.
Is it working now?
We've still got this echo. And again, I think it's because your phone's hearing me coming out of
How do you turn this
the
down?
computer.
I don't know how it's used. There. Okay, now is it working?
It is working. Yeah, great. Okay, well, as you can probably tell from the troubleshooting, you're not the first person to have tech issues, but I'm glad we've got it sorted, so go right ahead.
Okay, we're all good?
All good.
All right. I can't hear you very good, but do you have the volume more on here?
If you turn up the volume more on there, then.
Okay. All right, so basically, when I was a teenager, just my last couple of years of high school, got in with the wrong crowd and committed a couple burglaries, and which I was convicted for in 1981. And I paid my restitution since, served my time, and I haven't been in trouble, since then. And I started my own business doing flooring and construction, and I've been in my own business like for 40 years. I got married, had 2 children, raised them, still married to the same woman. It's been like 40 years. Haven't gotten any trouble, since then. And basically, I would just like to be able to vote and be able to hunt and own a gun. And just if I need to, apply for a job that requires, a cleaner record, that would be nice. And basically, that's sums it up. I've helped out doing coaching for kids sports. I still do that. I've been doing that for years. So I feel I haven't gotten any trouble. It's just that short time in my life when things weren't quite right, and we came from a broken family and got in with the wrong crowd. And that pretty much is it.
Thank you, Mr. Raver.
We'll
open it up to questions from the board. But before we do that, I want to note one thing. You referenced today and in your application that one of the reasons you'd like a pardon is to be able to vote. So in Wisconsin, at least, I know you live in Idaho now, but in Wisconsin, at least, you're generally eligible to vote once you've completed your sentence and you're off paper. So regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, I'd encourage you to look into your ability to vote. With that, we'll open it up for questions. Judge Kremers.
All right.
Judge, you're muted.
Thank you.
What'd you say?
Good morning, sir.
there you
Good morning. I have just 2 questions. One, you may have heard me ask an earlier applicant, but letters of support are strongly encouraged by the application. You didn't submit any letters of application. Can you tell me why?
Yeah, we just missed it. My wife helped me with it, and I certainly could have done that. And I missed it, and she must have missed it. So now it's kind of late to go back, but I would have easily been able to, provide that.
Okay.
I think it was just a misunderstanding, or we just missed it on our end.
All right. Thank you. That was actually my only question.
Other
Yeah.
questions from the board? Okay, that's it from us, Mr. Raver. Appreciate your time and you bearing with us through the tech issues. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have
Yep,
Todd
you're
Voigt.
welcome.
Mr. Voigt.
Is it working?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Can you see me or?
Yes, we can. Go
Okay.
right ahead.
First, I'd like to thank the board for hearing me out. Back when I was 18, I had a burglary charge. I went and there's an old building that was abandoned. Well, I thought was abandoned. When looking around, found some snowmobiles, took them on a joyride, and I was with my one buddy, and him and we went to his ex's place to show off that he was actually doing something that she would enjoy. And she ended up calling the cops on us. And that is when it came out that snowmobiles were stolen. The second one was about 5-6 years later. I was actually drinking heavily that day. My judgment was probably heavily clouded. And I went to go do some dumpster diving behind this one business, and the gates were closed, but then I realized the doors were open, and I entered the building, took some paint, some miscellaneous supplies. I can't remember what else was on that. But in the process of that, the alarm went off on the building. And when I was leaving, the cops caught me leaving the property. That's what happened there. I would like to get these removed from my record because I am back to being self-employed, and I would like to be able to go into this clear of this. I know it did not completely remove it from my record, but I have lost some jobs that I have not been able to do because of this. And also I am looking into possibly doing some being a realtor, and I know being a felon also hinders that process. So
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. We'll open it up for any questions the board has for you. Board members? Judge Crummers.
Just one. What's the status of your driver's license today?
good. I haven't had any tickets or anything in, I think 2015 was the last time I got had a problem.
Okay.
I have a CDL now, so I really really protect that. Back then I had a severe drinking issue, and now I try to just behave and I stay away from the drinking and stuff like that. So
Okay. Thank you.
Reverend Hancock?
As part of the application process, we really encourage people to submit letters of support. And you did not submit any letters. It really helps us understand where you are now. Why didn't you submit any letters?
At the time when I filled out the application, something that happened to me when I got convicted, especially of the second time, is I lost a lot of good friends, but the bad ones stuck around, tried to stick around. I cut ties to all of them. It seems like anytime anyone finds out that I've been convicted of this, they try to disappear from my life. And I'm really embarrassed by my past. I actually, after I was received the stuff for the Zoom meeting, I watched some of the past videos, and I actually had reached out to a someone, and they wrote something up after the fact, and I sent that in through the email. But I don't know if that got to anyone after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll look for that, Mr. Voigt. I don't see it in your file, but if you sent it by email, we'll be able to track that down.
Yeah, it's probably about like a week after that I got the link for this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry that we didn't catch that, but we'll track that down.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Voigt. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joshua Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez.
Do you have me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Miss Barnes, judges. Everyone, thank you first and foremost for your guys' service to the state, the country, and to all of us. We appreciate all your guys' time. So my name is Joshua Sanchez. I'm seeking a pardon for felonies that happened in 2011. There were 3 felonies there. A robbery use of force was wrapped up with a theft, which was dismissed and read in. There was a burglary party to a crime. I was surrounded by some friends at the time. We were all wrapped up in heroin pretty bad. I'm pretty ashamed to admit that, but that's just the facts of it. I was sentenced to 12 months in jail in the Washington County Jail. During my incarceration there, the Milwaukee County burglary party to a crime charge hit, and I was extradited to Milwaukee County, and I served a few months in the House of Corrections, and I was sent back over to Washington County as a transfer to finish the rest of my sentence there with work release privileges. At the tail end of the incarceration, there was some type of discrepancy with the probation officer, rather. There was in the preliminary judgment of conviction for the Washington County robbery use of force crime, they wanted me to participate in some type of rehabilitation programs. So at the last 90 days of my sentence, they kind of rewrote what my sentence was, and I did 90 days at the Milwaukee Secure Detention Facility. It's like an incarceration rehabilitation program. And then I was released from there October of 2012. And I wanted to say one thing about that 90-day program. There was a social worker in there, Mr. Gold, and this individual really kind of changed my life. He was just a really good man, and he was probably the first person throughout the duration of my entire drug use phase that actually sat down and had to listen to everything I say, and then had a lot of guidance for me afterwards. So it was just a big blessing in my life at the time. I was released in 2012, and then as part of the probation that was attached to the preliminary sentence, I was enrolled into a program called Justice 2000 out of Milwaukee. I believe that was like biweekly checkups and stuff for about a year. And then part of the the probation, I had to do like weekly and bi-weekly ARP program. It's like an addiction rehabilitation program at the courthouse there, or not the courthouse, but the probation office rather. That sums up basically the sentencing and all that kind of stuff. Since then, I've done quite a bit of stuff. I've been organizing ARP meetings for addicts out in Arizona. I know I'm not a legal social worker or anything like that, but there's a lot of young men that are struggling addicts, and we kind of set up these makeshift courses at people's homes, and we bring them in there and we do meetings with them and, you know, kind of sponsor them through. A lot of the stuff is like church-led based stuff. We'll have some of these meetings at churches. Some of them will be at homes, get people hired onto the company. The company I work for now, my boss is just such an incredible person. He'll help these individuals, you know, get on track, stay working and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of these little programs we make, we end up taking guys skydiving to show them that there's more to life than just drug use. And I think our last skydiving trip, we had like 17 individuals go out there. So it was pretty powerful, pretty moving. And now these guys are getting married and having kids and stuff. I got married in 2018. My wife's an amazing individual. She's a dive coach. We bought our home in 2018 after the marriage. We filled that house with 3 boys, 3 sons since then. I started my own company. I got my general contractors, B3 general contractors license. I started a company called Keystone Home Solutions. The diving company my wife works for, we just secured that company. We just purchased it out at the beginning of this year, and we're going through all the details right now on how to actually, all the other stuff that follows suit with that. I coach T-ball. My son's T-ball, soccer, and flag football teams for the last 3 years. I've been the coach for a company called Paladine Sports. It's a Christian-based organization out here in Arizona. And for the last 3 years, I've been doing that. And my kids are 2, 4, and 6. So once my youngest turns 3, he'll start in the T-ball. And basically been a financial mentor to a lot of those individuals that participate in those ARP meetings that we have at our company, just kind of mentor them through how to purchase houses and how to just be financially stable, no debt or anything like that. And that's what's really kind of been happening since. And I know I kind of went past the 3-minute mark here, but the why I'm seeking a pardon, I understand what I did was wrong. I'm incredibly remorseful for the things that I did. I was surrounded by bad people that I thought were friends, but when you're caught up in an addiction like that, they're not friends. It's the drug that you're talking to. It was just, everything was led by greed and drugs and addiction, and it was just a terrible life. And I went through all the victim impact statements. I read every little piece of everything attached to all of these in preparation for this course. And it's all absolutely terrible, and I'm absolutely ashamed of it. And yeah, it's hard to kind of get through all that kind of stuff, but that is not who I am. It's not who I am today. It's not what I preach. It's not what I stand for or anything like that. I also want to prove to my kids that I'm not a failure. You know, there's a big F on my record, and I feel like I'm a failure for it. And I also wanted to show them that you can do anything you put your mind to if you live right and you do the right things. And the last thing, which is kind of, I'm on the cusp. My wife and I are discussing it right now, but there has been a recent age, you know, they raised the age to join some of the military branches, and my wife and I were going over the benefits of potentially joining like an Air Force Reserve unit. And it's just one of the things on there that we've kind of been talking about, but nothing definitively has been, you know, done about it. So
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
yeah,
Sorry. Questions from the board. Judge Grumers.
Just have one. So do you have a couple of civil judgments against you in Milwaukee County, for one for 51,000 and one for 77,000?
No,
that's not you.
No, all civil judgments have been passed through the wire. When I was going through all of this stuff. When I was going through the stuff to get my general contractor's license, they had to make me go through a fine tooth everything. I have reached out to DOC, everything that you could possibly think of. And then all the receipts attached, all the civil judgments with all these files were attached to the application I submitted.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Sanchez, how do you maintain your personal sobriety?
I have stayed absolutely. I'm the busiest guy that I know. There's just no room in my life for any of that kind of stuff right now. But church, prayer, staying busy. I work 60 hours on my full-time job, and then on my weekends I work my company job. And then I'm coaching kids throughout the week. It's just I'm just always busy. But so much time has passed where this is just like part of my life now. I mean, we're talking the last time I've used any drugs was November 7th of 2011. I used all the way up till the day I walked into jail, and that was the last time I've used any drugs at all.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. And our last applicant of the morning session is Gerald Nelson. Mr. Nelson, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Gerald Nelson, and I would just like to say thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to hear from me. In 2000, I had committed simple robbery. I had robbed a local gas station here. I was just recently 18 years old, and I had a bit of trouble from the time that I was 17 until that robbery. I was trying to make friends in the wrong places with the wrong people. I was naive. I was young, and I was just trying to fit in and be cool and be somebody that I absolutely wasn't. I ended up getting sentenced to 2 years incarceration with 6 years of extended supervision. And I completed my 2 years of incarceration, and I actually got released from extended supervision 3 years early. During that time, since post-incarceration, I have become a volunteer firefighter. I am a local Freemason, and I spend a large majority of my time doing volunteer work and charity for local law enforcement agencies. Through the Masons, we actually provide AEDs for local law enforcement. One of the challenges that I've faced since being released is that I have a passion for medicine and emergency services. I am currently a first responder and have been since 2008. I have volunteered basically the last 19 years of my time post-conviction. And I want to further my career and my value to my community by pursuing a career as a paramedic. Unfortunately, my current felony, unpardoned, creates quite a large barrier to be able to get into that. I am married. I have been for the last 20 years. I've raised 5 beautiful children. And it is also important to me to show them that even though you make a mistake in life, your actions afterwards can determine your life path, that you're not just stuck in one space. Sorry, very nervous.
That's okay, Mr. Nelson, take your time. Did you have other things to add?
As far as my post-incarceration, I've gone to school. I've obtained multiple degrees. In 2007, I started off as a nurse's aide. Since then, I continually go back to school to try and learn as much as I can. I actually have a certification in managerial accounting, web design. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Multiple firefighter certifications, including Firefighter 1. I'm Zone Boss certified with the Wisconsin DNR. And as of today, I'm still an active firefighter, first responder. And like I said, I'm trying to pursue my value. I find a drive in helping others.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Questions from the board? Okay, I think you covered everything, Mr. Nelson. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nelson was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85, sub 1, sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and/or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Myrna moved, Judge Crummer seconds. All in favor, aye.
Yeah.
All opposed? Motion carries. So board members, please just give us a moment to move everyone back to the waiting room before we start with closed session. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're just gonna give folks another minute to get connected, get our live stream started, and we will start momentarily.
Samuel.
Okay, we have got YouTube going. Excellent. Thank you everyone for your patience. Good afternoon. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members who are with us this afternoon, go through just a little bit of housekeeping about how the hearing will work, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's nominee to this board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is a director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. Couple of things to know about today's hearing. First, we are streaming this live via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we have good audio quality. If you do have any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out to you and help you try to troubleshoot that. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can definitely do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. Third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have additional questions. As you know, there's a lot that goes into your applications, and we spent a lot of time with those ahead of today's hearing. If we do have questions, though, we want to make sure that we have time to get to those so that the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up we have for you, you're welcome to leave the hearing and sign off Zoom. Once everyone's been heard by the board will meet in closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to hearing day, so we thank you for bearing with us a little longer while we get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the afternoon session, which is Latoya Daniels. Miss Daniels, do we have you in the Zoom with us?
Yes.
Ah, there you are. Okay, perfect. And now we can see you.
Hi. My name is Latoya Daniels. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to hear about my case today. I am a mother of 4 children. I'm married. I've been married for 22 years. I also am the grandmother of 10 wonderful children. Just a little bit about myself. On September 12th, 2016, I pled guilty to and was convicted of misconduct, Office Act, excess authority with a read-in charge of fraudulent writings by a corporate officer. I did 5 days in jail and 18 months on probation with no problems. And I completed probation successfully, and I did pay my restitution. Since completing my sentence, I had to, well, at first I had to put my life back together, day by day, with my family, with my husband, my children. It was a really hard time. Since then, I have had troubles finding employment and keeping employment just about every single time because of my felony. At my last job, I was a part of the Employee Appreciation Committee, where we organized events to do things for the community. We did a food drive last year. We also donated coats, and we also collected toys for Tots. And my statement about why I should receive a pardon. I am hoping to receive a pardon because it will help me find employment that better fits my skills. What I have done is shameful, it's embarrassing, and it's a huge impact on it was a huge impact on my colleagues and those who trusted me the most, my family and the public. I had a responsibility to the public, and I failed. I was lost then, yet I am no longer lost. I am a kind and loving person. Whenever I can, I give advice, I help others. And I'm here today asking for a chance to prove that I have changed and a second chance from you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. We'll open up to questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Couple of questions. First of all, you didn't really tell us what you did.
Okay.
So could you describe your crime and why you committed that crime?
Well, I was at it was a time in my life where I was really into gambling and drinking. And over a period of time, I began slowly, and I took money from my position as a cashier for the Sheriff's Department, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department.
You took money from the accounts of inmates.
Correct.
And this is because of your gambling addiction?
Yes, I had a gambling addiction a long time ago.
Okay, and what have you done to address your gambling addiction?
I'm no longer gambling at all.
Did you take part in any of a kind of a treatment program or counseling or anything like that? Or?
No, I had the support of my family members, my husband and my children. I have their support 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Daniels, several times in your application, you mentioned the amount of money you stole from inmates in the Milwaukee County Jail was $1,890. And you say that would have been a misdemeanor, but the sheriff bounced it up to a felony. What felony are you applying for a pardon?
You said what felony?
Yes. What felony are you applying for a pardon?
It was the misconduct. It's a charge, misconduct, office act, excessive authority.
Okay. So it's misconduct in public office.
In public office, yes.
Okay. So what does the fact that it was the amount of money was a misdemeanor have to do with that charge?
Well, I thought that it was worth mentioning because that's what I was told by the detectives initially when they arrested me. So that's why I thought it was worth mentioning.
You understand, though, the amount of money you stole doesn't affect your charge.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that.
Okay. Nothing else. That's good.
Okay. Other board members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Daniels. I think that covers it from us. I appreciate your time today and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Next up, we have Crystal Much. Ms. Much.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Much.
Can you see me?
We can.
Okay, sorry.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Crystal Much, and my first crime was when I was 15 years old for check fraud. And my second crime was in my early 20s in 2007 for selling cocaine. My first offense was when I was 15. A childhood friend of mine asked me to write out a check of hers to Cops Food Center. It was a then grocery store back then, for $25 over. And I did that. And I was sentenced to 4 years probation, and I sat in jail for, I believe it was 7 to 8 months. And they waited to charge me till I was an adult at 16. So I still stayed in there and then got time served with 4 years probation, successfully completed that. And then sadly, years later, I committed my second felony of selling / manufacturing cocaine to an undercover officer. And as soon as I got caught for that, I stopped committing any crimes. Those are the only 2 crimes I've ever committed. And 3 years later, I was married, living in Green Bay, and I found out that I had a felony warrant. I believe it was like 3 or 4 felony warrants out for my arrest. My then husband got an attorney, and I turned myself in, had court that day, and then I think the case went on for a few months. And again, I was sentenced to 4 years probation, and successfully completed that and was actually let off, I believe 7 or 8 months early, due to me doing good. And I believe my probation agent at the time had an overload of cases, and she told me I was the least of her worries and I was able to be dismissed early. I did community service for my first and my second case. I believe the first one was 20 hours and the second one, I believe, was 50 hours. Had restitution for both, did that. And my second case, was for the drug case, I had to do cognitive thinking, anger management, and I believe work skills, which I completed all of those while on probation and paid for those classes, have certificates for those. And I've acknowledged both of my crimes and sincerely regret any of that. Since then, I have maintained employment. I moved to Michigan recently, about 7 months ago, and then just moved back to Wisconsin for another good job offer that I've gotten in Green Bay. Currently live back in Appleton, Wisconsin, my hometown. I help raise my 10-year-old goddaughter, hang out with her a lot, do work, participate in any community events that I have time for outside of work. I've worked with my local law enforcement department, created good bonds with them and relationships. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Ms. Much.
You're
Judge
welcome.
Summers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Much. I got a few questions. I don't need to know where you're working, but what type of work are you doing?
I'm working in a restaurant. I'm like the head cashier and manager.
Okay. And I want to ask you about your first crime when you were 15. I'm at a loss to understand how you ended up with an adult conviction. So I want to ask a couple of background questions. Again, not asking for the specifics of it, but did you have a juvenile record before this?
No.
So no juvenile adjudications. You get arrested when you're 15. Do you remember hearing the term that being waived to adult court?
Yes. The judge actually said that he was going to wait until I turned 16 to charge me as an adult, and I still sat in juvenile jail. And the attorney that I had was, I remember his name, Thomas Fink. He was 80-something years old. He missed so many of my court dates. And then finally, when I turned 16, the day that I turned 16, they brought me upstairs to the 5th floor, which at the Outagamie County Jail is for all adults. And I was thrown in there, and I had court. And then by the time I had court, I was in jail for, I'm pretty sure it was 8 months, and the judge gave me time served.
But you're not an adult at 16 either. So I'm still at a loss to understand how you ended up with an adult. It appears, I guess, from what you're saying, that you were waived to adult court, but I don't know how, with one uttering that was for a couple $1,000s, but I'm not trying to relitigate the case. I'm just at a loss to understand this. So let's talk about the second case now. Did you have a cocaine addiction?
No.
So you were just selling the cocaine to make money?
Yeah, at the time, because I was homeless.
Let's see. And last question. While it's not required, the application process does strongly encourage letters of support, so we have a better understanding of the kind of person you are today versus the person who committed these offenses. But you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell me why that is?
I regret not doing that now after talking to a lot of people, but at the time when I filed for this pardon, I didn't tell anybody. This was something that I wanted to accomplish on my own. And now after talking to people, after, I didn't realize this process was going to be 18 months. I had no idea. And I've obviously since then told people, and they're like, you should have had us write in it, because I could have had officers, family members, good, co-workers. And it was just something that I wanted to accomplish on my own first for my mistakes that I made. And now I regret not doing that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Much, that covers it from us. Thank you very much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you guys too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Grant Mickelson. Mr. Mickelson.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you very much for this opportunity. In 2013, I made the horrible choice to burglarize a home while no one was there. At that time in my life, I had a serious problem with self-medicating, and the company I kept was definitely not a good influence. Although I ultimately made the choices that got me a felony charge. That choice cost me many things that day. The biggest one being the custody of my son. I was sentenced to 6 months in Huber and 3 years probation. I also returned most stolen items to the owner and paid all restitution. And was ordered to take a cognitive behavioral change class that was completed. About a year and a half into probation, I ended up relapsing and self-medicating again and stopped contacting my parole officer. I absconded for roughly 75 days, then got pulled over and was arrested. While in jail, I had to take another drug and alcohol class, which actually made a very big difference in my way of thinking and helped me realize a sober lifestyle. I then had to sit for the 75 days I absconded. In that time, I did a lot of thinking and self-reflection. I realized that that was not the life I wanted to live, and that would be my last time in jail. I wrote letters to my grandparents owning up to all of my drug use and apologizing for everything and anything that I've put them through since my mom passed away, and that when I got out of jail, I would be the best father I can be to my son, who is in their custody now. Once I got out, I got a job and kept my head down. I completely dropped all the people I knew and hung out with and completed my probation sentence. Since that day, I have continued for the past 10 and a half years to be a law-abiding citizen and to be in my son's life in every way I can. And now that he is 13 and understands things a lot better now, I use my past and all of my many mistakes I have made in life as lessons so he does not make the same poor life choices I have. He has seen firsthand how badly it can affect someone's life, and it does not just go away. My main goal in life is to get custody of my son back from my grandparents, as they are getting older, unfortunately, and they should not have the responsibility of raising a 13-year-old boy. Unfortunately, this felony is hindering growth in more than one area, not only from getting my son back, but also securing a more substantial career, as I have been denied many good jobs that I am more than qualified to have for being due to having a felony. I would very much like to start schooling for being a conservation warden. I grew up hunting and fishing with my grandfather, and since this felony, I've not been able to enjoy those memories over the years with him. We used to go to Canada every year to fish muskie and have not been able to do that since this conviction. I would love nothing more to be able to do these things again with my grandfather before it's too late. And in order to be a conservation warden, I cannot have a felony conviction. But I have gotten really into fishing and nature over the years and want to do my part in helping preserve nature. I have legitimately spent the past 10 plus years trying to earn back the respect and trust of my family that I've wronged and being an actual productive member of society. I have many ambitions, and this pardon would make them possible, along with proving to my son that even if you do make mistakes, you can change and come back from that if you work hard and keep faith. This pardon has been a dream of mine for a long time now, and would mean a whole new world of better possibilities. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Mickelson, is your son living with his mother's grandparents?
No, my mother's parents. So my grandparents. It would be
What
his
is-
great grandparents.
What is your relationship with his mother?
The mother is not really in the picture anymore. She doesn't even try to contact him anymore. At the same time I caught this charge, she also got in trouble with me and unfortunately did not try to change her life in any way and ended up going to prison and a few other charges after this situation. And has just continued in that life and pretty much has nothing to do with him, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I have one.
Myrna?
So, Mr. Mickelson, since you had alcohol and drug counseling in prison, in jail, did you get any more after you got out?
No, I did not receive any more after I got out. I continued with my normal
you.
like drugs. Oh,
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mickelson. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time today and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Terrell Ewell. Mr. Ewell?
Oh, there we go. Hi there. How are y'all today?
Excellent. How are you?
Doing well. Making sure I do all this the correct way. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can
Okay.
see you and we can hear you. It seems to be working.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure of. All right. First and foremost, I want to say good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for taking the time to meet with me to make decisions that can help people improve their lives. Uh, I would say, first off, I would like to take full responsibility for all my actions. I accept the consequences, as it would be as easy to blame other people I was with, but the truth is the person responsible is me. I made the decisions and I made the choices that put me in the situations that I was in. I have decided I have a dedicated support system that encouraged me to apply for the pardon because of the goals I have been working towards throughout my adult life. Receiving the pardon would allow me to accomplish one more major goal and continue moving forward. After decisions I made in my life went into the decisions that I made for my life. Uh, sorry about that. I had a incoming call. Some of the decisions I made in my life sent me into a downward spiral. I missed important milestones in my life. One, missing my high school prom. The other was being able to walk across the stage for my graduation.
What?
Uh,
Go ahead.
was that a question? Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ewell. No, go right ahead.
Okay.
I was trying to tell you to proceed, but I was on mute. It's tech problems all around today. So please continue.
Okay. Not being able to walk across my graduation, but the biggest loss to me was my grandfather passing away while I was incarcerated because of a decision that I made. He did die of congestive heart failure, and I have always felt like I played a part in breaking his heart when I was doing well in school. I kept up my grades, and playing football made him proud of me. Um, and he was looking forward to seeing me walk across the stage. I feel like I let him down when I did get incarcerated because I made a decision to revocate myself. When my probation officer kind of went against that. She said, "You only got a little bit more to go. You've been doing very well." She was very encouraging to me also. Let me think. I want to go into the cases. When I got out, I did everything in my power to stay on the right path. It was hard. I had been terminated from jobs that I originally was hired for, but let me go after they ran a background check on me. I went for months without steady employment, but I kept fighting. I worked odd jobs like McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell. Um, I knew I deserved more pretty much than working just them jobs because of my age. And I'm working with a bunch of teenagers. With the support of people around me, I kept pushing. During that time, I became a father to 3 beautiful children. I have been a major part of their lives, and they have been a major part of mine. They motivated me to keep going. They once told me I worked too much, and I understood what they were talking about. Uh, so it made me push for better opportunities, employment-wise. Over the years, I've worked uh, manage, many positions where I got moved up to management. Um, But my record being what it is, having felonies on them, made it a little bit harder for me to get to that point. But my hard work and effort kind of help people with their decision making. Um, but this is one of the reasons why I'm asking for a pardon, to help further advancements in my careers to be a little bit more easier and based off of my work ethic and the person that I am, and not because of my background. I still have more goals to be able to reach. Um, but my past has been holding me back from that. I have since earned my CDLs. I bought a house for me and my kids after they went through an extensive period of abuse in their mother's household. Something else that motivated me was to be able to get my kids, but the judge looked at my past history. Um, I guess I hate to say, kind of happy that her husband had a very messed up history, and she blessed me with being able to have my kids. So their mother is moving out of state, so they will be with me full term now. Um, this is just a small part of my story, overcoming my mistakes, but I have also made real changes. I'm here today to ask for an opportunity to continue building a better life for myself and my children and my future. A little bit about the cases. One case, I made a very poor choice. Basically, possession of a short barrel shotgun, never understanding the law. I didn't know me being in the vicinity puts me in possession. But I heard a shot go off in a house where all my friends was. I made it my point to go in there and see what was going on. I thought I was helping the situation, but I was making the situation worse by taking people out of the house and not just letting everything fall as it lied. The only good decision I made it was calling the paramedics right away and calling the police to let them know what was transpiring. But me making the decision to take the person that shot the other person out the house was a poor decision on my judgment. It once again, it was all on me. I took full accountability in a police statement. The other thing was criminal damage to property. Once again, as an adult, I know that was the wrong thing to do. That person worked hard for his vehicle, and I took something that he prided in from him. And once again, I took full responsibility of that also. Restitution kind of fell on my mom's, but as time went on, I helped her out to get that taken care of. Other things that I've been doing, I've been working with the community to help kids to make better decisions. I'm on a board with the motorcycle safety and awareness community. We rode to Madison back in 2014 to come up with motorcycle safety and awareness month. I've been a big advocate of that, getting donations to feed the kids in the park. Every first Sunday of May, I've been continuously doing that. I've been Cross Lutheran Church, going down there getting wisdom from adults while helping cook their lunches and feeding them. Anything that I could do to make myself better, that's what I've been doing. And they are the ones who kind of pushed me into doing the pardon. And I'm just hoping I did it correctly. This is my first time doing anything like this. I'm not 100% book smart. But I do the best and I try hard at whatever I can do. And this is another goal that I was trying to do because I have a great support system that pushed me and said, hey, this is what you got to do to become a citizen full-fledged and have all your rights back to be able to do different things and evolve in life. So that's why I'm asking for y'all for this pardon today. And once again, I want to thank y'all for this scheduling this meeting and giving me this opportunity to tell y'all my half.
Thank you, Mr. Ewell. Before I open up for questions, I just want to clarify one thing. You talked about the criminal damage to property case from 1996. And I just want to make sure that you understand, because that's a misdemeanor, it's not eligible for a pardon before the board today. The only case that we are going to consider is your 1998 possession of the short-barreled shotgun.
And that's what I thought, but they said that that was a felony. So I was misled on a couple of these cases because that short barrel shotgun on the paperwork I got, it said misdemeanor also. So
Okay.
I'm not for sure.
And I'm happy that you spoke about the case, because I think we might have had questions for you about it either way, but I just want to make sure that you're clear that we're considering your felony charge from the short barrel shotgun case. But with that, I'll open
Okay.
up for questions. Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ewell. I just have
Good
one
afternoon,
question.
sir.
I think in the complaint, it says that you told the officer that you found the short barrel shotgun in the bushes and brought it into the house, and then ultimately it was used in this accidental shooting. But in your application, and again here today, you say that you didn't have any contact with this short barrel shotgun until after the shooting. So which is it?
So with the short barrel shotgun,
Yeah.
it was brung over by an associate of ours to that house because they was having an issue with the neighbors next door.
But you told
And
the
at
officer,
this time, yes. Oh, sorry, don't mean to cut you off. I
well, no,
apologize.
I'm just confused because you told the officer at the time of your arrest that you found the short barrel shotgun in some bushes.
Yes, I did. I was being coached along on what to wind up saying, and I just thought it was the best thing to say, to take full responsibility and give them what they wanted to hear at that time. It was, that whole situation was something that should have never happened. And once again, I took full-fledged responsibility, and I try to take it all on me, because I'm the one who did go in the house. I'm the one who did remove the shotgun. I'm the one who did remove the person from that house.
But why tell
So
the officer that you found the gun and brought it to the house in the first place?
I thought it would help the situation at that time, but it did not.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Ewell, the district attorney in Milwaukee that reviewed your application supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel pretty good. Because once again, like I was just explaining to the judge, that was a bad situation I put myself in. I wasn't in the house when anything happened, but a lot of the people in the house was younger. I was the oldest person there, and I was just trying to assume all the responsibility to help some of them younger kids out, which a lot of them are adults now, and they're doing great in life. They followed some of my footsteps in bettering myself, and they did the exact same thing. And some of them went a lot further than me and doing great right now in their life.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Ewell. That covers it from us then. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
I appreciate y'all time and the consideration, and y'all do the same. I got to go back to work now. Thank you.
Good luck. All right, next up we have Sunday Trope. Ms. Trope.
Hello, I'm sorry, I can't get my, there we go. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Sunday Troop. In 2000, I was charged with the theft, false representation. When that charge was due, I was in a relationship. It's a really long story, but he was very abusive, and somehow, some way, he had someone come up to my job to put checks into my account through the ATM at my job. And then he came on my lunch break to withdraw the money. So I didn't know what was going on. So we went to the bank. I just thought he wanted to take a regular just take some money out, and I saw that, and so we kind of had an argument in front of the teller, and I didn't know that anything had happened till like almost 2 weeks later. They shut down my account, and I got a call from the DA. That led to an arrest, and because it was in my account, it was my situation, it was my charge basically. My boyfriend at the time nothing happened with him. So I was charged, lost my job. I went through a whole bunch, lost my house. We were, like I said, I wasn't able to free myself from him at that time. Basically, I ended up paying. I was placed on probation. I paid the probation and the restitution. I was taken off probation, and I broke up with him in 2004 and haven't looked back since. I've always worked during that time. I worked as a CNA at that time, but since then I've gone to school to become a dialysis technician. I've remained in healthcare. This charge, it limited me basically. I was still able to work, but I had a hard time. I wasn't making enough money. So at one point I had like 3 jobs at one time. Today I'm better. I haven't looked, like I said, I've remarried. I have 3 children. I'm a grandmother now. I just want this charge expunged just so I can show my children and show my grandchildren. I just want to lead by example. And right now I have custody of my 7-year-old grandson.
Thank you, Ms. Troop. Open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
The judge in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Great. Because I served my time. I'm just glad that I have people that support me and that believe in me.
Good. Thank you.
Good feeling.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Troop. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ryan Waldvogel. Mr. Waldvogel?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. We can't see you. There we are.
Okay, hi. My name is Ryan Waldvogel. I would like to thank
Mr.
for
Waldvogel,
the time considered charged with 5 counts of forgery utterance.
Mr. Waldvogel, you're breaking up just a little bit. Do you want to try turning your video off, maybe? Seeing if we can get clear audio?
How is that? Is that better?
That is better. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. In 2016, I was charged with 5 counts of forgery utterance after knowingly passing counterfeit bills to businesses. I was supporting a growing addiction that had gotten completely out of control. While on bond, I was in an automobile accident and I received a bunch of other charges. Felony bail jumping, possession of prescription narcotics, possession with intent to distribute THC. At that time, addiction controlled every decision I made. That being said, I take full responsibility for any actions and consequences from those actions. I regret the harm I caused to everyone at that time. I was very destructive. I caused harm to businesses, family, friends, my community. There's no excuse for my behavior. I fully accept accountability for the choices that I made at that time. Even after sentencing, I continued to spiral. I repeatedly violated probation and spent most of 2017 in jail, eventually facing revocation. I was offered opportunity to go into residential treatment at Cephas House in Waukesha. At that point, I had lost pretty much everything: relationships, credibility, family trucking business that I had purchased in 2013. everything fell apart. So I understood that if I was going to make a change, I had to do it. Since then, I've been sober since January 31st of 2018. There were points where I could have easily became another overdose statistic, but I was given a second chance. I tried to honor that every day. After completing treatment, I moved to Langlade County to start over. There I experienced the full impact of my felony record. I couldn't find employment or housing. For probably almost 8 months, I lived in a relative's gutted house that only had 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. It was very hard and difficult. It was very humbling, but it showed me what true gratitude and responsibility are. During that time, I completed all my probation, ADOA, counseling, federal DOT, so I could get my CDL back. I became heavily involved in NA, AA, and SMART recovery. I did jail meetings locally, and I was a local representative to the regional NA association and began sponsoring others in my meetings that were struggling. One of the foundations during that time was my faith. Even at the deepest, darkest times, I had no hope, purpose, or direction. Recovery gave me back my life, but my faith helped me understand what to do with it. I truly believe I was given an opportunity and a second chance that I don't deserve. So many people I know never got that chance, so I don't take that for granted. I take full responsibility for my mistakes, but I believe that I'm here for a purpose, and I try to use that purpose each and every day. 2019, I met my wife. In 2021, we purchased a house and I got my CDL. And in 2022, I restarted my business. Today, my wife and I employ 6 people through our businesses. We have 3 children together, a daughter and 2 boys. My wife operates a small local bakery, and we are trying to launch another business this winter, commercial snow plowing. We remain active in our church, our community, and with recovery. We have a big project in our town called Unity in the Community. It'll be the 2nd year in September. We're really excited to grow awareness and opportunities for those struggling in addiction in the community. I continue to sponsor men in recovery and use my experience to help. I've completed all requirements that I'm aware of in association with my conviction. I completed probation a year early, and I made amends through my 12-step program where I could. Why I'm seeking a pardon, there are a lot of personal reasons that I laid out in my application, but the primary reason is I'd like to expand the way I serve my community and help out. I've been fortunate to help people one-on-one, mentorship, and recovery support. And I think I could do more at this point on a broader level. I would like to pursue community leadership and potentially serve in local government. I think with my unique experience that I could give very unique possibilities to grow opportunities to help people that have struggled like I have. I've gained a lot of perspective and I can make more positive changes. A pardon would not erase my past, nor should it. It would remove current barriers that limit my ability to fully participate in certain leadership and public service. My goal is not to stop moving forward. I would like my story to be used as a beacon of hope, not only for those that have no hope and struggled like I did, but for others in the community to see that somebody who struggled mightily can become a pillar of their community. I take full responsibility for every mistake. I can't change the past, but I work every day and the last 8 years every day to build a different future for myself, my family, and my community. I want to thank you all for the time and consideration and ask for your support on my pardon application.
Thank you, Mr. Waldvogel. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Waldvogel, in your application, you mentioned that to regain your CDL, you had to do a series of drug tests. Can you talk about that?
Yes, so I lost the business separately, but I lost my CDL specifically for failed DOT drug tests. And to regain that, I had to go through a separate AODA counseling, and I had to have so many clean drug tests in a period of 2 years. I believe it was 20 or 22 that I had to complete in 2 years to regain my CDL.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that's everything. Thank you, Mr. Waldvogel. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Wendy Meyer. Miss Meyer.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I basically back in 2014, I was 33 years old and made an extremely bad choice of theft by movable property with special facts. I was sentenced in 2015, June 2nd, 2015. And I found myself in a really, really bad financial situation at that time. I had 4 young girls. I was struggling to pay bills, didn't know what I was going to do, and hence the theft of movable property. Since then, I have basically changed my whole life. I got married. My husband and I bought a house. We started up a trucking business and had 15 employees. I also run my own business on the side, and it has shown me to give back and to help through the community for the most part in Whitewater. I am known as the person who loves to clean and helps elderly people clean their homes and help them rejuvenate what they, for the rest of their life, they have a better home. And I just find myself helping as many people as I possibly can. Very sorry. I'm extremely nervous on this one. Since 11 years ago, with my 4 girls, they are now adults, and I've taught them to not get in trouble, how to avoid all situations, how to exclude yourself from parties, and to work very hard. Most of my girls have 2 or 3 jobs. They see that mom struggled a lot, and it was not a good place where I was at. I found myself very guilty of this crime, and I held myself very highly because I didn't want my 4 girls to fall down. Currently, I have 2 grandbabies on the way. I have explained to my 4 girls to never get into this situation. This has hindered me in general for getting a regular job because of the felony and pulling my background. So I started my own job, making sure I'm registered, insured, doing everything proper in case anybody asks about my felony. I'm extremely honest and open with anybody who brings this up. I take accountability for my actions back in 2014, and still to this day, I take accountability for my actions. Since then, it's just been up and nothing bad has really happened. Prior to this, I had 0 criminal offenses. And when I did this, I was ashamed of myself for the fact that how did I get to 33 and make this bad decision? But now I'm going to be 45, and I guess we all have to learn. And for me, it's just teaching my girls to do better, work really hard, and you can mess up, but we can make mistakes and learn from them and move forward. And I want to thank everybody for even just accepting my pardon. And hopefully from this point on, it will be better. For me, a pardon is just actually making myself feel better about going out and talking to people, because I'm always afraid that they're going to run my CCAP or my background. And with this not being there, it would be more proof and more authority that it's okay for what I did, but to also grow from it and have a good experience for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Meyer. I have a couple of questions. One, it appears from information we received that the victim's family says there were some other things taken, most specifically a wedding ring set. Did you take that as well?
No. No.
Okay. And then it looks like you posted pictures of your daughter shooting a rifle at some kind of an outing. Is that correct? So it'd been in 2020?
Yes. Yes, I was not physically at that place. Her father was with her, and they were clay shooting and shooting. I wasn't physically at the place with them at the time. It was a video sent from him to me that I shared.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Hancock.
You were convicted of theft of movable property, special facts. What were the special facts about that case?
The man that hired me to take care of his wife wanted me to help her do household chores and showering. And the special facts was the fact that the woman I stole from had Alzheimer's and dementia. And the fact that she would have never known that I stole it, nor would have been able to report it.
There's nothing really in your application about what effect your stealing from this Alzheimer's victim had on her family. Do you have any thoughts about how this would have affected what made her a victim was she would not have known that you had stolen from her.
Correct.
Her family did.
Correct.
And do you have any insight or feelings? Because there's nothing in your application about the effect that that had on them.
The effect it had on them, to me, was more just the fact of anybody trusting me, coming into their homes and knowing that a stranger could do wrong to them. And it just basically trust, I guess. They needed to know that I broke that trust with them. And it hurts that I did that to anybody, and an elderly couple at that too.
Okay. And you now, as I heard you, you have sort of a cleaning business, or you volunteer to clean people's houses?
I do have a cleaning business myself. And then I also volunteer with the elderly to help them do any cleaning of their house, but even like cooking for them or bringing in things for them that they need, their groceries, like helping them in general.
Okay. And so is it unreasonable if people are going to ask you to come into their house and clean or help elderly people? Is it unreasonable that if they went on CCAP, they would see this conviction for stealing from a disabled Alzheimer's victim? Is that unreasonable for them to know?
No, I believe that they should know. I have been asked, and I have told the truth about it all to people in the past.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Meyer, just one from me very quickly. I see that there's a 2018 child abuse charge that's dismissed. You're not convicted, but could you tell us what happened there?
My oldest daughter, we got into a physical altercation and she ran down to the police department. And in that altercation, both me and her hit each other. And out of that, the reason it got dropped, it was about 3 days later, my daughter was in a really bad car accident and had a brain injury. And the CPS worker came to the hospital and she found that the case of us getting into that altercation was just a mom and daughter having a fight. And we both were in the wrong and we both injured each other.
And how old was your daughter at that time?
16.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Meyer. That's everything from us. I appreciate your time today and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gina Zarcone. Ms. Zarcone?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Gina Zarcone, and first of all, I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to hear my case today. A brief summary of my offense. In April of 2001, I pled guilty and was convicted of theft in a business setting with a party to a crime modifier. Basically, while working as a personal banker at a bank, I made the worst decision of my life when I processed unauthorized reversals of overdraft fees on my account, even though no fees actually existed. So that resulted in adding funds without the bank's permission. I successfully completed 2 years of probation. And since then, it's been 25 years since that happened. I'm a homeowner of 20 years, and I have worked in the nonprofit sector for 21 years for people with disabilities. And I am currently working in higher education in a community service program coordinator role. And I've also served in various volunteer positions and including as a commissioner on the Community Collaborative Commission with the City of Milwaukee, and I served that term for 1 year so that I can continue to give back to my community. I think what I'd really love to get this part in, because since my conviction, all of my work history has been in some form of community service and giving back to my community in those type of related roles. And I've been a positive member of society, and I have not committed any other crimes, and nor will I ever. I surround myself with people who are only a positive influence in my life. And I would just love for this weight and burden to be lifted off of my shoulders that I carry with me every single day. It has caused me severe anxiety and depression that I have gotten treatment for. And while I have been employed, I know that I have experienced multiple times various salary inequities, and also have been turned down for jobs that I have applied for, and specifically because I have this conviction on my record. And I also have lost out on promotions because of this being on my background as well. And I just believe that I can do so much more if this was lifted off of my shoulders, and I will continue to contribute to my community and keep doing the good things that I'm doing, but I would like to do more.
Thank you, Ms. Zarcone. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good afternoon. You probably heard me ask this of another applicant, but the application doesn't require but strongly encourages letters of support, but you didn't submit any letters of support. Why not?
Basically because I don't tell people that I've done this, and it's embarrassing to me. And I didn't tell anybody that I was seeking the pardon as well. So I felt embarrassed to even ask for people to write letters for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
The judge in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel very good, and I appreciate that they took the time to read through my application and would provide that support to me, because I haven't felt that.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coney. That covers everything from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christopher McLemore. Mr. McLemore.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Christopher McLemore. Back in 1999, I was 17 years old. I was charged with burglary and theft of special artifacts, special artifacts being firearms. Basically, what happened back in 99 is I broke into my parents' house and removed guns out of their home. Regardless of any mindsets that I could have had, it was not the right decision to do. Going forward, law enforcement should have been able to handle any situations that came about that. Since then, I got convicted for the armed burglary. Basically, I was offered a plea bargain, and I took my plea bargain, which was 5 years probation. I served roughly 3.5 years on probation, self-revocated myself, and served 9 months in jail. Since my conviction, and after I was done with my sentencing, I went to technical college, got a certificate in automotive mechanics, and started trying to build myself up through careers. And then having this felony on my record, I mean, it did put a ceiling on achievements that I can get, through any kind of job. I did work myself up into the ability to get into the railroad as a diesel mechanic. That only had to end because they were going into selling to another company, and I wasn't able to pass the background check, so they had to let me go. Since then, I've been able to obtain my own business. Having a felony on my record did affect that as well. Being able to get into some contracts, you have to be able to pass your criminal background, which I was unable to. I have got married. I've had 4 daughters. They're just doing everything they can to support me right now. But what this conviction has done and taken from me was the ability to grow in my employment for them. I want to be able to offer them anything that they need, anything that they want. I want to offer them a better life than I had. But what would be coming from being able to have a pardon would be the simple fact is that it would remove a ceiling. I can achieve contracts through owning a business, which is currently shut down, but with the ability to reopen. And then another thing that I could do is serve my community through our local volunteer fire department. I did have a meeting with the chief of police and the chief of the fire department in my community. They both stated if I had a pardon that I would be able to essentially be on the department. What I did was wrong. I made the wrong choices. I was 17 years old and wasn't thinking right. I still talk to my parents. I do everything I can to show them that, I have remorse. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. There's no excuse in the world that can justify breaking into their home, and they weren't home. That's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. McLemore. Questions from the board? Judge Gremmers.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask you about the 2003 convictions for disorderly conduct. And you were also charged with battery, but just convicted of disorderly conduct. What was that about?
Absolutely. So my first marriage, I have been married twice, but my first marriage, she was a heavy drinker. And this particular day, she was very drunk. And there was an argument that had broke out. And it was not inside or quiet. It was outside to where somebody had to call authorities. But in this altercation, she actually bit me. And I didn't put my hands on her. I've never hit a woman, never raised my hand. But I had got taken into jail under probation hold for this case. And then through the court, they dropped it because she admitted that she bit me, that I had done nothing.
Well, you were convicted of disorderly conduct.
We were yelling in the streets, absolutely.
You were convicted, though, for this.
Yeah. It's because we were arguing. We were disturbing the peace.
Was she charged?
Absolutely, she was. She also had to sit in jail.
Was she convicted of anything?
Yes, she had the same conviction as me.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The victims of this burglary were your parents, and they both support your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good. Like I said, it's decisions that I made, and they were stupid. And the fact that I was able to prove to them that, I was just making stupid decisions and I'm now not, it feels really good to have my parents' support.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you, Mr. McLemore. That's everything from us. Hope you have a great weekend and we appreciate your time today.
Thank you. You too.
Next up, we have Ellis Jones. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, we've got one unnamed phone. So Mr. Jones, if that's you, please let us know. In the meantime, we will go on to Randall Tosnicki.
There you go. Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you. Are you able to turn your video on?
Let's see. The host is asking you to start your video. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. First time doing this. I'm a little nervous. Never made a Zoom call in my life. My name is Randy Konetsky, and my offense was manufacture of THC, and I think that was in '97, was a sentencing date. And what happened was a friend of mine got cancer, and he grew a couple of marijuana plants at my house to relieve the side effects of cancer. And about a year later, the cops raided the house, and I forgot all about that. And they found evidence of the crime had been committed. And I knew about it. I gave them permission to do it. I gave them a key to my house, and they gave me 90 days work release, and I think 3 or 5 years probation, which I finished in just a year and a half. I did. I'm a. I did 4 years in the first Cav division, honorably discharged, and I would help out with an organization called Workforce Development, which tried to get like inner city kids into the trades. We were linemen. I was a journeyman lineman, and I also did try to get non-union linemen taught a class so they could pass their journeyman's test and become a journeyman lineman. And I also rehabbed hawks for the DNR. I have a falconry permit, and people would bring me injured and hawks all the time, knowing that I had a falconry permit. And I would just feed them up and then release them. And it's just a statement about receiving a pardon. Well, Second Amendment rights. I heard that in some states I wouldn't even be able to vote. And at 69 years old, this might be my last chance because we can't live forever. And that's pretty much it, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Konecki. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
When the police searched your home, in addition to the marijuana, they found 19 long-barreled guns, 11 assorted handguns, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. And since you've been convicted of a felony, what happened to all those guns?
None of those were mine. They were a roommate that lived at my house, and they, in the court, released all that stuff to him.
Okay, thank you.
He's since moved on.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Konecki. Appreciate your time today. Congratulations learning to use the Zoom, and hope you have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you. Just hang up then?
You can. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, we'll do one more call for Mr. Jones, Ellis Jones. Okay, Mr. Jones. I do not see you in the Zoom. We are going to try just very quickly to reach out to Mr. Jones by phone. So board members, if you can give us just a moment, we'll see if we can get him on the line here. Okay, sorry, folks, we're just trying to sort this out. It seems like Mr. Jones believes he's in the meeting. But we are not able to see him or hear him. Okay, Mr. Jones is attempting to rejoin the Zoom right now. We'll give him another minute and see if we can make it happen. Okay, we are going to give Mr. Jones one more minute. And if we're unable to get him on the line, we will try rescheduling him for next time, but he's very close, I think. Okay, I think that's Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, is that you on the phone? You might need to press *6 to unmute yourself, Mr. Jones. Can you try speaking now? Okay, you're unmuted in the Zoom, Mr. Jones, but it's possible that your phone itself is still muted if you're on a cell phone.
Okay, so,
There we go.
all right.
Okay.
You can hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Were you able to hear the direction earlier in the hearing?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so Mr. Jones, we're going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions we sent you in advance of the hearing. And after that, we'll open it up and see if the board has any follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
So go right ahead.
I was supposed to ask you guys 3 questions?
No, Mr. Jones, we're going to ask you to answer the 3 questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. So that's to give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for. Second, to talk to us about what you've done since the completion of your sentence. And third, to tell us why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
You know what, ma'am? I'm so sorry. I thought you guys was gonna call me and ask me the 3 questions. I received the email, but I didn't even look at it. I've been working overtime at work. But
Yeah, okay, I
can go
understand. Would you like me to ask you one at a time?
Yes, go. Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay, so let's start with, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went.
Okay, so my first felony was 94, and it was for fleeing an officer, but it wasn't fleeing because I never accelerated on the pedal. And I did seek counsel, and they told me, "Oh yeah, just accept the plea," which I shouldn't did in the first place. I had my brother in the car; he was intoxicated, and it was just a lot of racial tension going on back then, and I didn't feel comfortable pulling over. But I went about 2 blocks, and I eventually pulled over. So it wasn't fleeing because I didn't hit the accelerator, was hitting corners or nothing like that. It wasn't like that. So I should not even accepted that. I should have just fought that. That's how I earned my first felony.
Okay, and do you want to talk about your felony in 1999, which is the possessing a firearm and possessing cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. I was in a bad situation. I started hanging out with a wrong group of crowd, and I started selling drugs, thinking that was the easy way out, and it wasn't. I ended up earning a 7-year sentence. I ended up doing 18 months off that sentence. I went to boot camp, and I learned a valuable lesson. And ever since I came back home, I've been working, taking care of my 4 kids, and I'm married now, and had started my own business for a second. When the pandemic hit, me and my wife started our own transportation business.
Okay, and then
But
you have
since then, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask about your third felony that you applied for, Mr. Jones, which is in 2005, the THC.
Yes, ma'am. I was caught with I had I think a nickel bag of weed
And since I'm already a felon, since I was already a felon with the 2 previous ones, so it was automatically a felon when I got pulled over. But it wasn't. I had less than a nickel bag of weed on me.
Okay. And why don't you move on to question 2, which is tell us about what you've done since, your employment, your community involvement.
Okay, since then I've been working ever since. I kept a job. For the community, I've been going to church, doing volunteer work. I want to be a healthcare provider. Right now, I work at Kemp's. I work in the freezer. We make the milk, cottage cheese for the state of Wisconsin, ice cream, and it's very cold in there. I had a hand injury back in '99, and I lost all my fingers. And I still got metal. They detached my fingers, and I still got metal in my hand. So I'm trying to get a different position, but these felonies on my record, they don't hire felons. So, and my parents are getting older. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I think that covered the 3rd question about why you're seeking a pardon. So let's just open it up to any questions board members have for you. Judge Kremers, question from you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, you started out talking about your fleeing case and said it really wasn't fleeing. You didn't step on the accelerator or anything like that. But according to the complaint, the fleeing went for about 76 blocks, including speeds of 110 miles an hour and running through 2 different red lights at 60th and Good Hope and 76th and Good Hope. You remember that?
Okay. Like I said, sir, that was a long time ago, and I don't remember recalling it at that. Like, I don't recall it at that.
Okay. Because you seem to recall it when you described it before. That's why I was asking. And then,
I remember saying that I know I didn't accelerate.
okay, but the complaint signed by the officer under oath says you were up to 110 miles an hour.
The car I had didn't even go 110 miles an hour, sir.
Okay. You have looks like 2006, a judgment against you for $17,000. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir. I took care of that, and that's paid off.
Okay, and then in 2022, an unemployment compensation warrant in the amount of $17,000.
That's paid off too, sir.
How'd you pay that off in 4 years?
I work at Kemp's. I make $30 an hour.
Okay.
Oh, and then it was 17. It was like what you said. It was 17,000. Okay.
Yep.
When the pandemic hit, I was receiving the pandemic money, but I was also unemployed for a second, so I guess I was receiving unemployment at the same time. But they took off $10,000 for the pandemic. They said that was pandemic money, but I ended up paying off the $7,000.
I see.
And I just recently did that 30 days ago, and I just received a full. Today was my full getting my full check. It took me like 6 months to pay that $7,000 off.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock has a question.
A couple of questions. I want to ask you about the cocaine charge, and in October of 1999. You were stopped by the police, and you threatened to shoot and kill the officer, and you had a Glock and a fully loaded 9mm clip. That sounds like a pretty serious threat.
Understandable. I was young and intoxicated.
Okay. How do you think the officer felt about that?
I'm glad the officer was doing his job professionally, and I'm glad he did not shoot at me because I was just young and wild at the time, sir.
Okay. So now
But I never had any intention of harming any officer. I never I have no violent record.
But you threatened the officer with a Glock and a loaded clip.
Sir, they found that in the vehicle. The guns was never on me. I had no guns on me. They found whatever they found, it was in the vehicle.
Okay, you told the officer you had a Glock.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about a restraining order that was filed against you in 2014. It was a restraining order with a firearms that restriction. And in the application, you say that that resulted from an argument you had with an elderly neighbor about parking. And the firearm restriction was because that you only had a BB gun. Did you take that BB gun with you when you went to see the elderly neighbor?
No, sir.
Well, why did she think you had a gun?
I have no idea, but Miss Boyd, me and Miss Boyd are best friends. And I got a vegetable garden, and we share vegetables during the year, and we are best friends now.
So she had no idea. So why was there a firearms restriction?
I have no idea. I have no idea about a firearm restriction. I mean, I was a felon anyways. So why would I have a gun?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Jones, that's everything from us. Thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You have a nice day.
Thanks. And Mr. Jones is our last applicant of the afternoon session. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, and social and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Nadia, all in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I'll ask for just a moment to get our live stream stopped.